Oh, hi, everybody. Would you look at this? Fancy seeing you here. Welcome to Night Court, where we have a little bit of fun. We hang out. We watch a classic trial. And now that I have this lovely gavel, thank you, Jennifer. Well, we're in session, aren't we? There are so many things that have appeared in my office since this week started, which of course starts out with the storm. The storm. It sounds like the lead detective from today and yesterday. Boy, she was all about that storm. She was all about that storm. Ooh boy. She brought it up. Methinks thou doth protesteth too much, Miss Lead Investigator, who 8 days earlier won Detective of the Year? For what? Oh, good grief. We were all watching. A lot of us were watching that today, and if you didn't, I tweeted out that I literally had to put in, like, I have a problem with clenching my jaw, and I had to put in at work the bite guard that I have because I was so frustrated about what was happening during that testimony and then during cross of Daryl. And by the way, Daryl does have some music out. I need to find it again. It was on SoundCloud. He's got a series of songs and stuff. It's kind of hip hop, rap type stuff. It's really good. The only way she won was by sharing the storm. It's true. I'm a clencher. Well, it's because whenever I get like on camera, everybody's just like, "Oh, what's he gonna say this time?" Vicky, the storm reference is to the Lori Vallow trial, in which Chad called his twig and two berries the storm. And boy, oh boy, could somebody be hoping for way more than they've actually got. I'm not sad that I said that. I'm not sad at all. So yeah, today was crazy. Both Brandi and I were tweeting afterwards. Just we could not believe that in this day and age that something from a professional like that was happening. And then again, at the same time, I've been around the last 3 years. I can believe it again. So that was a little wild. So let's say hello to a few people. Yes, Chad was a little more than a drizzle. Well, I mean, I could call it a lot of different things. I did call it that. I did call it that. One-eyed monster. What else we got? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. This is a family show. It's not a family show at all. Don't grab the storm. Yeah, I used to like storms too, and now it's just ruined forever. So just one more thing that Lori has destroyed. Hello, Tommy JJ. Oh, before I forget, thank you so much. I did not miss it. Thank you, Ricky, for gifting a membership. That membership went to Miss, I'm going to guess it's Deanna. Miss Deanna. So, grab yourself some Kool-Aid with a C and an E because copyright infringement. And then grab your juror's chair. You can do ! seat, and that'll bring up the bit about that. Take your seat in the jury box. And Lady in Gray, I'm glad we were able to get you into Discord today and got you rolled up. It's supposed to happen automatically, but boy, oh boy, did it not. So hopefully we took care of that. Hopefully you can see all the cool stuff that that is in that Discord. One of my mods can pop the Discord command in there. Thank you all very, very much. And thanks so much to our mods. Our mods are working like all the time. We're working on trying to kind of divide into teams and things. Brandi and I never imagined that this would all turn into what it did. And so things are developing, as we go. So, if you got some love for the mods, put it in the chat. They're wonderful. Okay. All right. Well, see, now I want to hear it. This happens to be Night Court. And so if you have something that is not completely and utterly vulgar and you have other names, I will maybe read them out. It just all depends. It just all depends. So, lo- Love Warrior. Oh, beef stew. Oh boy, I hope that's not the name. Yes, our mods are the best. They're wonderful. Who's my favorite wrestler? Yes, Stone Cold Steve Austin is over there. Is he? Wait, hold on. No, I don't have Stone Cold Steve Austin over there. I have Mr. Perfect, the Patriot, James Ellsworth. He's actually a really nice guy. Rob Van Dam, the Godfather, who is very problematic in his own way. It just happened to come with a box. Gold Dust is over there too. Oh, then there's also a picture of Dick Van Dyke because he's one of my heroes. Who's my favorite? For a very long time, it was Dean Ambrose. To be honest with you, I really liked. Sometimes he came off one note, but there was a lot more that he did later on. Let's see what else. Oh, we got Beans and Frank. Well, I hope that's not your name for it. I do like to pop into daytime court. I'm waiting. I'm gonna get fired one day. Yes, the John Thomas. Sting. Sting is great. Sting as a kid was one of my favorites as well. Oh, you meant Stone Cold's your favorite. I do like me some Stone Cold. That man on a microphone was like nobody else. Let's see. Yes, I did as well. He's really nice. He signed something for my dad. Super nice guy. Who else did I meet? I'm sure there was one other person. So, yes, Night Court plus WWE. You never know what's going to come up. You never know what's going to come up here. Before we, that's a good pull. That's a really good pull. Well, Shireen, I think I know why it crashed. I think I'm gonna get kicked off of YouTube. And boy, did they have some stuff on here. So if I beat that, before we forget, let's go ahead and say congratulations to the top 3. We got 80s Music Man in first. Grab your throne, good sir, or ma'am. But I'm gonna go with sir. Second, Portland Trailblazers TV, and third, Candace Hoff. So thank you all very much. Grab your lab stool and grab your beanbag, which comes with a complimentary plastic cover, because I don't know reasons. Let's just be careful. Let's be careful, everybody. I think that's important. Oh, is my mic cutting out for everybody else? I haven't heard. It's coming through my side pretty well. If it's coming through your side, you just let me know, or not coming through, as the case might be. You guys. No? Okay. All right. Maybe restart. YouTube's been a mess lately. They can take me off for saying that. I don't care. YouTube's been a mess both in chat and elsewhere. It's painful. I lied. Remember when I said Dean Ambrose was my favorite? Now I'm glad you brought him up, because he is my favorite forever. Forever. He's just fantastic. His work on mic, off mic was just wonderful. Not even the fact that he was putting his body at risk every single time, which everybody is, but no, I didn't say ma'am. Don't send the storm my way, please. I said 80s Music Man or ma'am, but man. I went with man. That's what I ended up with. Hello, Rose. How are you? It's good to see you. Don't worry. I'm going to put myself in the corner in a second here for sure. Okay. Uninstalled, reinstalled, seems to have fixed it. I have no idea why. YouTube, boy, oh boy. They can go away. But don't go away, because that's why we're here. So tonight we are continuing on with Jodi Arias. There are plenty of things that Jodi... There's plenty of stuff plenty of stuff going on today in terms of that. Carmen, thank you so much. You're welcome for Night Court. And yes, that's one of the things that I really enjoy about Night Court is that we can take some time just to decompress, which is really weird considering we're still watching a trial, but we know how to balance the comedy? Who am I? Huh, why doesn't my mouth work? Comedy with understanding a trial and how serious it is. And that's something that I always wanted. And I think that you all, the chat, you understand that, and I appreciate it. Yeah, Laurel, did you try turning it on off and back on again? IT Crowd is a great show. Yes, I hope Brandi's having fun too. I believe that she is. However, speaking of Brandi, I wanted to show you one more thing. If Frankie's in, Frankie's something that Frankie sent Brandi today. As you can see right here, I have a burrito blanket. I mentioned it on Wednesday, I believe. Yes, I'll check for a second. Yeah. I will, Rose. I'll answer your question in a second here. So Brandi wanted me to show this because Frankie sent it to her as well. The burrito blanket, except her picture of the burrito blanket is way cuter than mine. Way cuter than mine. So there's our official mascot Lucy in her burrito blanket. Oh, Brandi had a message to go with that. And let me make sure that I read it. Okay. Frankie, Brandi wanted you to know that she rolled Lucy up like a double taco and she loved it. Haha. Hold on, it moved. Oh, it moved. All right. Rose, let's see here. Explain, if you will, for a minute, how memberships work and what juror, etc. Google is no help. No, you don't need YouTube for Dummies. It's different for every single device that you could possibly be on. I will say this in terms of memberships. So memberships are monthly. There's multiple levels. Brandi and I wanted to make sure that there were all different kinds of levels for people. We didn't, if people still wanted to be members, but they didn't have, even $4.99, we wanted to have another level. We wanted to make it accessible to a lot of different people, and we appreciate anything. We appreciate just the fact that you all are here. You don't have to be a member. You also can be gifted memberships as well, and that can happen by clicking the 3 dots at the top of the chat and enabling gifts. Or one of my mods will drop the gift command in, and it'll take you to our channel page, and it should pop up the gift button to turn on. So memberships in terms of iOS, very difficult. Easiest way to do it is to open your browser and go to our channel and click join. If you're on any other device, it seems to work okay. Thank you, Amos. And then if you continue to have difficulties, one of the mods can talk to you in the chat. Luckily, during Night Court, we have a few less in the chat, and so it moves a little slower, which is nice. Carmen, thank you for gifting thanks for gifting a membership. Speaking of gifts, there is one. Laurel Miller, welcome to the cult. Family cult? No, we're gonna go with cult. So grab your Kool-Aid in your juror seat and join us. Terry, thank you also for gifting a membership. I think also if you are not a member and you see the green buttons at the top, pretty much that have the little package. I said little package. My mods will never let me forget it now. They're probably writing something in the Discord. You can click on one of those, and then it should give you an option to turn on gifts as well. So that's another option too. Jiggly I love your name. Jiggly Jules is the beneficiary of Terry's membership. Thank you, Terry, and welcome, Jiggly Jules. We appreciate that you're here. How appropriate. I love it. Cult family acceptable, right? So, Rose, in terms of gifted memberships, the way that it works is YouTube has an algorithm, and it will it kind of picks. So we don't pick. The giftees can't pick. But Ricky Watson just gifted 5. Thank you, Ricky. And it all goes based off of, I think, how long you're here, how active you are, etc. They don't really tell you. It's kind of a guess. It's like a guesstimation. But, if you stick around long enough, gifts are inevitable. We have one of the most charitable groups that has ever existed. So, Ricky, thank you so much for that. So Rachel Esser, Jackie Smith. It's me, Kim, E Dubcat, and Courtney with a butterfly. Welcome to the cult. We're happy to have you. We appreciate it a whole bunch. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about tonight? I would love to chat for just a little bit longer. If you have anything you want to chat about or you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Well, thank you for subscribing yesterday. We would love to have you join, but also we're just happy that you're here. We're glad for the subscription. That really helps us out. So did the likes. So if you hit that like button, that would be awesome too. Really helps us move up, and be suggested to more people. In the background, I can always see kind of who. Carmen, thank you. Carmen just gifted 5 memberships as well. It's a gifting train. Choo choo. And so now it's going to populate the folks that received gifts. The Bobsta, Helen Rowe, Karen Farron. Yes, I got that right. Okay. And Horse Tea and Bananas, and Becca Good. Welcome to the cult as well. We appreciate you greatly. Frank, yes, iPhone does need to get it together. I myself have an iPhone and I don't understand. So yeah, if it's not giving you those options, I would say definitely hop onto a computer if you have the ability to. So yes, let's see here. Volume's really low, but just know when memberships are gifted, it's totally, yes, it is. Aspiring court reporter, you are correct. It is totally random. Sometimes I wish that we were able to like gift directly, but I also appreciate the random and understand why that is the case too. How does one become a mod? That's a great question, City Kitty 865. So the way that it started out is some wonderful folks volunteered for Brandi, and then we've built a team off of that. So YouTube doesn't select them, we do. Currently, we are full staffed right now, but in the event that we do need, other mods, that's something that we will do a call out for. So just keep an eye out. And if you're already on Discord, that's kind of where we do our talking in terms of when streams are happening and things like that. So thank you for being interested, or you were just asking. Maybe you're not interested, but yeah, right now we kind of have a full staff right now. I can't believe how many people how many mods, how many wonderful human beings are on the team. We really appreciate that. They give so much time. It's almost, yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot. Yes, very kind. Very, very kind. Let's see. You can't extend on Samsung either. Boy, I'm telling you what. YouTube, get it together. So really the only way to extend, and I think when I extended with Recovery Addict RA, I think that I did it on my computer. So if you have, hopefully you have access to a computer. I know that not everybody does, but there's either extending it on the computer, or there's possibility of being gifted again, etc. 29 hours a day don't like sleeping after the patience of a saint. The patience of a saint is for sure 29 hours a day, sometimes more. It just depends on court. And don't like sleep, well, maybe we'll see if they agree with you on that. Yeah, it's a lot. Kill a lion, that's it. Yes, I send them out with just a twig and 2 berries, and they have to go kill a lion. That's what has to happen. But no, the patience is for sure. The energy and ability is for sure. The ability to work as a team. We are working on kind of restructuring so that they don't have to be on all the time. And if they want to, they can at least watch one, either AM or PM. So yes. You have to walk over hot coals while reciting John Thomas insults. Well, in that case, Dean is on his way, right? Great court today. Brandi was losing it when the state was questioning Travis Rudolph's brother. That young man was sincere and truthful. Comb-over prosecutor couldn't rile him. He couldn't. He really couldn't. And I will say this too. The other cool thing about that cross, even during the cross, Daryl knew exactly when to turn and address the jury directly. That was awesome. And every time he did it, it was very poignant, and it was to make a point, and it was it was so well done, and I don't even know if he meant to do it. Maybe he just naturally knows, but it was so well done, you forgot for a brief moment what the heck the prosecutor was getting at, and you were focused just on him. And it was so well done. So well done. Let's see. Yeah, John Thomas could not mod. I know Gigi said that he was a very nice guy, but I still like these jokes. Let's see. Let's see. What else we got going on? Drinks have been poured. The drinks have been poured. I myself am sitting here with an energy drink that probably has far too much sugar for me, and some water. And then, of course, I wanted popcorn, but I didn't get it. But I've got like milk duds, so we're ready to go, right? We're ready to go. Why did I? You guys are really hung up on the twig and two berries. Why? Because I heard that once in an Austin Powers movie, and it just stuck. It's just what I don't have. No, you all have to put up with me. You all don't understand. The majority of the time, they're interacting with me, and they have to put up with this all the time. So, let's see here. Hello. You want to hear how me, Brandi, and RA met? Sheer serendipity. Murdaugh was going, and I started up the live tweet storm, not knowing that was actually a thing for trials. And I met some wonderful people, and we were introduced by a mutual, and started chatting, and she wanted to do a podcast specifically about a case that she's working on now. And I said, sure. I've done podcasting for 4 or 5 years. I'd love to produce it or co-host it, whatever you want. And so she said yes, which is big. Brandi would tell you this too. She likes doing like projects herself. And the fact that she's trusted me so much, not only to help her with the podcast, but then also co-host the stream, which it ended up being, and then have my own show at night, is big. And I appreciate it. I certainly don't take that for granted. I came across RA randomly. Folks were talking about trials, and I was just looking for a great live stream, and boom, Recovery Addict showed up. And, just after a while, I think we just kind of got to know each other. And then when Brandi was interested in the stream, I had questions, and Scott was great with answering them. And boy, oh boy, we wouldn't have progressed as quickly as we did without some of his advice. And we're forever grateful for that. Hopefully that answers the question. Brandi also will tell you that she fooled me and tricked me into doing these streams at night. That's not entirely false. It's true. We started the streaming, and she's like, do you know how to do this? And I was like, yeah, I did it once before. And so we just kind of picked up on that. And then at the end of the night, she was like, okay, see you tomorrow. And I was like, okay, sure. And she capitalized off my impulsivity. Sure, my impulsiveness. And all my podcast friends are like, you're doing another project? And I was like, yeah, but this one's really cool. Tash, you just do ! email, or my mods will do it, or they probably already have. Milk duds, pass, please. Coffee. I always love coffee. Always. So good. Cold. Ooh, that sounds good. Candy is necessary. Let's see. Yes. There is a reason why the banner says popcorn, the trusted snack of Night Court 13th Jurors. I can't remember how that happened. So you got a thunderstorm in New Hampshire? Run for the hills. Let's see here. Gosh. Just kind of chilling through. It's true. I said, hey, interested? And then she joined up, and then she was like, I don't have a wrench yet. And I was like, oh, crap. And then handed the wrench. So, hello, Ali B. Welcome. Yes. Yeah. Brandi and I both subscribe to the same thing that RA does, which is that the internet is big enough for all of us, and there's an audience for everybody. And we are so grateful that the community we have has a big old crossover with him. It is one of the best things ever, and this community is unlike any that I've ever been a part of, both in having listeners in podcasting or seeing this. There are so many other communities that are just toxic, and I don't like them. But both you all and the mods and hopefully Brandi and I encourage the positive nature. Obviously, sometimes we just can't help ourselves, and it's just like, okay, listen, comb over, go sit down with John Thomas in detention. But yes. Also, to let you know before we get started, the merch store, which is on Printify, which I'm sure one of our lovely mods will pop up. The merch store now has an angry hoodie, and so you can definitely you can access that angry hoodie at the merch store. There's a lot of other stuff there too. We now have phone covers. We will soon be putting up. You guys remember the teddy, Snuggles that I had, the bear? Just sometimes you just need a bear. Snuggles is wonderful. He's my first stuffed animal, and so we're gonna put up a stuffed bear as well with the 13th Juror logo on the shirt, and so you can have your own 13th Juror stuffed bear you can hold on to as you listen. Just when you get angry, put it to the side and don't treat it like Brandi did her headphones today, and it'll be fine. So you want me to sneak peek it? I can sneak peek it. I do want to say thank you very, very much to Polly. Polly has been doing a lot of the designing for us, and all of the designing for us. And I just want to say thank you to her for that wonderful for the wonderful job that she has done. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it. Here we go. All right, so I can show you a couple of things. All right, so that's the kids' angry. This is my angry hoodie. So if you got kids and one has a tude, just put that up there. Hey, listen, I said this earlier. These friend groups are awesome because they're positive, they're supportive, and on top of that, you also can mute us whenever you want. I guarantee you that Mrs. Brewcrime wishes she could. Let's see here. Here is another version. That's the crop. So we will put up a cropped hoodie as well. This is my angry hoodie. And then here's the full hoodie as well. I'm telling you, Polly just knocked this out of the park. She is wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm so grateful to her. And then here is the teddy bear. And it's so cute. It's just so cute. Come on. It's adorable. And here's what I want to do. What we want to do is once this goes up, if you do get the teddy bear and you take a picture and you send it, you either tag us in it or you send it, and we'll do an official announcement. I'm kind of previewing, but you tag or you send or email it to us. We will pick out of everybody who sends things to us within a certain amount of time a winner, and then we'll send you another piece of merch for freezy. So who says that? I do now. That's what happens. So there are some examples of that, and then let me see if I can just show you real quick. Just our merch store. So very easy to navigate. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, there's a Be Yourself from Little Lucia, the cut vinyl decal. I love the vinyl decals. They're wonderful. Those are the only ones I'll put on my car. I won't put stickers on my car. There's also another, the most fun you'll ever have at jury duty hoodie. And I believe that these also, yes. Nope, that one's white. I'm sure we can get other colors as well. Oh, look, there's a Lucy sticker. There's stuff that's been added. There's a decal. Most fun you'll ever have. There's your phone case. I have this one at work. Wow, that was super inappropriate. Let's be friends. Something that I enjoy drinking coffee out of and confuse all of my coworkers with. We've got notebooks. If you want to take notes, we've got notebooks, the most fun. So there's a lot of stuff here. This is not supposed to be a commercial, but it is. Oops. But yes, so there's a lot going on. And on top of that, we also have our website too. And so we do need koozies. Lindsay said it hasn't even popped up here yet, but I saw it. Yes, we need koozies for sure. Oh, we need to set it to a certain color so it can be an easy switch. All right, we'll take a look into that for sure. Yeah, I believe that the link is on the 13th Juror website, but before I tell you that, let me just make sure. And it'd help if I spelled my own website right. Correct? I think so. Let's see. Boy, if it's not, we're going to need to put it on there. Oh, interesting. Might not be on there. Well, doggone it, we're going to put it on. We will get a link up there on the website. That's funny. We will definitely get a link up there on the website, but our mods will also put in the merch thing too. So yeah, I want a koozie too. It's no good. It's no good if we ask you all, show you all the merch, but we don't have any, right? Like I have got my water cup here, which I absolutely love. It's wonderful. Coffee tumbler. I think Polly's probably taking notes right now. Jeez. Big Daddy. Mixed drink or whiskey. Whiskey on the rocks. Always. That's always my go-to is straight whiskey on the rocks and or gin, which I didn't like until recently because apparently I hit that age. Let's see. We're close to 7,000 subscribers. That's insane. That's just insane to me. All right. So let's recap just a little bit of what happened on Wednesday. Let me actually open up the archives so that I can remember our witnesses. So Ryan Burns testified. Ryan Burns was the business associate of Ryan Burns was the business associate of well, I think he was a relationship with Jodi. Boy, that was interesting to hear about. But something did come out of that. And that was, thank you, inquiring mind. Something came out of that, and it was yeah, that's right. Her nickname for him that she used, I think now and again, or maybe even once, doesn't matter. I'm never gonna let her forget it, is Hottie Biscotti. Oh boy, Hottie Biscotti, everybody. I can't. Never in my wildest dreams would I ever imagine those two words being put together. Whew. I agree. It is for real. Let's see here. Oh yeah, that's right. Ryan was the alibi. Thank you. Not a good one. Not a good one. Obviously, we know what happened. So Ryan testified, and then they brought up a series of investigators, just kind of hitting a couple of things. It was basically it was just like one after the other. They did recall the latent fingerprint. I don't even know what I would call latent fingerprint person. and they had her pull out more clothing and a rug and things just to show the jury. And then they also recalled the detective they initially had up, and they're actually going to call him back again. And that's when we're going to get to see the interrogation video. And we're going to try and make it to that tonight. We have a series of shorter videos, so we're going to try and get to that tonight. Honey biscotti. Yes, keychains. We definitely need to do some keychains too. What we want to do is be purposeful, and we also want to be current. So when things happen, if something comes up and you're like, "Ha, that's a great idea," feel free to send us an email. That would be awesome. Or you can reach out to us on Twitter as well. I clicked on it, so everybody's going to go do it. I don't know if I'm going to do it right now. Also, is it going to put me on a government list? Because I'm already on enough of them as it is. That's right. It does, doesn't it? Hot Pocket. Hottie biscotti. Yes, it does. Absolutely. Adam Montgomery, I think, has already started. And we have some wonderful folks like RA and Jay who are covering it. And so it's because it's New Hampshire, right? Versus Adam Montgomery. Somebody is going to correct me, I'm sure. And so they're doing that. So we are not. Eventually, one of us is we're gonna cover the same things, but until then, we'd like to cover something different, something you haven't seen. That's how we got to Travis Rudolph, and that has gone well. We cannot discuss my awesome rap skills. I don't think I have any. Um, unless it's Weird Al, and that's a different story. Yeah, New Hampshire. Yeah. So yeah, they're uh Recovery Addicts covering that for sure. And I think he's doing it right now. So yes. Somebody asked me who we have coming up in
Your name, sir?
Jodi Arias trial. And so we have a special agent, Nathan Mendez, who for some of you might be a trial daddy. For some of you might not be. Our mods were split. So it's up to you all. You guys can vote and or submit. Then we have forensic scientist Lisa Perry. They recall Detective Flores, and then if we get to it, it'll be the interrogation video. It looks like that's what the thumbnail is, and so because y'all, I'm experiencing this for the first time along with you all. Some of you have seen it already, but I have not, and so my reactions are legitimate. I did not plan these. I have no script. This is all unscripted. And if you couldn't tell, who could write this? But that's what's coming up. So there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. Okay. Detective Torres is a hottie biscotti. Who was Detective Torres again? I'm blanking. Why am I blanking? I don't know. Somebody again will remind me. Y'all, I sent a recorded karaoke piece of Weird Al's White and Nerdy to my mods, and they will not let me forget about it. They won't. Not at all. Oh, man. How many needed to hit 700,000? 700,000 what? That's a lot. Of what? You mean 7,000? Hopefully you meant 7,000. I can take a look real quick before we start. I'm sure all of you are just like, just hit the play button, JD. Unless you like this. And if you like this, then here we are, right? How many more? We need 17. I can math, right? 17 more subscriptions to get to 7,000. So I'll keep the count up just to see what happens. White and Nerdy, you guys, me too. I do too. I'm afraid that I'll get taken down for a violation. It's I'll play a little bit of it. You guys are going to regret this immediately. You're going to regret it. Just remember what you asked for. All right, that's enough. You're not going to get that anywhere else. And there's probably a good reason for that. You're not going to get that anywhere else. Now I'm like Brandi, it's just turning red. Good grief. All right. All right. Don't start talking about the other song. This is it, right? Nathan Mendez. Yes. Let me just make sure. Okay. Are we ready to start, Jodi? I think so. Can we? Yeah. I'm just gonna hit play now. So this is Detective. I don't even remember. I don't even remember. My head's not in it. My head's not there. 1 second. Thank you. Okay. This is Special Agent Nathan Mendez. He is the arresting officer of Jodi. So this is the fella who put the handcuffs on, and we like it. That's a lie. That's right. I called you out. Here we go.
Nathan Mendez.
And who do you work for?
I'm a special agent for the United States Department of the Interior.
And
what
is your area that you work, physically speaking or geographically speaking? What area do you work?
I work in Northern California in the city of Redding.
Back in June and July of 2008, who were you working for?
I was a detective for the Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office.
And
copyright infringement.
as being a detective with Siskiyou, what were your duties back then?
I was the lead detective in the Major Crimes Unit and responsible for investigating homicides, robberies, kidnappings, major sex offenses.
And did you live in what town did you live in back then?
I lived in a town called Etna, which is just outside of Wairika.
And Wairika, is it a big town or a small town?
It's a small town.
How many people would you say back in June of 2008 there?
Trial daddy or not?
About 7,500.
And Siskiyou County, is that a small or large county?
Geographically, it's large. As far as population goes, it's very small.
And back then, do you have any idea about how many people there were?
About 60,000.
And did you have occasion to patrol, I guess, or be around the whole of Siskiyou County on occasion as part of your duties and socially?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to, let's start with Wairika first. In Wairika, is there a business establishment, a bar, a restaurant by the name of Margaritaville?
No, sir.
So there is no restaurant by the name of Margaritaville there?
No, sir.
How about in the whole of the county of Siskiyou? Is there a restaurant by the name of Margaritaville?
No, sir.
In this case, did you become involved in the investigation involving somebody by the name of Jodi Arias?
Yes, sir.
And when were you contacted?
On July 11th of 2008.
How I pronounce her name.
And
makes it sound
when
so
you were
nice.
contacted,
Arias.
what is it that you began to do as part of this contact that you received?
Right on
The
time.
detective sergeant from the Mesa Police Department said that he was bringing a team of detectives to the Wairika area for a follow-up investigation, and he requested that we try to establish a residence or location for their suspect.
What was the suspect's name?
Jodi Arias.
And did you subsequently come to know and meet and see who Jodi Arias is?
Yes, sir.
Is she in court today?
Yes, sir.
Tell me where she is seated and what she is wearing.
Seated next to defense counsel. She's wearing looks like a brown and green shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
And with regard to that particular investigation, were you able to establish or find out where she was living?
Yes, sir.
Where was she living back there? And it was July of 2008, right?
Correct.
Where was she living?
She was living at 352 Pine Street in the city of Wairika.
Do you know who else was living in that house?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Her grandparents?
Anybody else other than her and her grandparents?
Not that I know, sir.
And as part of this investigation, was it also established where she was working at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where was she working?
At Casa Ramos.
And Casa Ramos, what town is that in?
There's several of them. There's at least two of them in the county, and one of them is located in Wairika.
And has Casa Ramos ever been known as Margaritaville?
No, sir.
And the marquee for Casa Ramos, does it have a marquee for the name of the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Does it say anywhere in the marquee Casa de Ramos? I mean, does it say anywhere in the marquee Margaritaville?
No, sir.
And have you ever eaten at Casa Ramos?
Yes, sir, I have.
With regard to this investigation, what date was the defendant arrested?
On the 15th.
Of July?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that investigation, did you have occasion to assist in the execution of a search warrant at her home?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you some photographs.
Yep. Oh my God. Oh, look at that lovely sound. Does that take you back to school or college or something?
While we're doing that,
Oof.
you were present. Who else was present during the execution of the warrant?
Detective Tom Denning from the Mesa Police Department and crime scene investigator Dave Young.
And there were photographs taken, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of this investigation and subsequent to the execution of the search warrant, did you prepare a photographic lineup?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that photographic lineup, did you use the known photograph of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that photograph?
Off of our law enforcement intranet, I retrieved a photo from booking.
Booking associated with this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you there when she was being booked and photographed on July 15th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you an exhibit. Exhibit 245, we're going to go ahead and open it and see if you're familiar with the contents.
Well, if you were worried about my face, it's because I just read a story about this fella. There's no longer a trial, Daddy. I don't want to ruin it, but I just kind of did.
Yes, sir.
What is in exhibit 2, or what is exhibit 245?
It's a photographic lineup that I prepared and a photographic lineup admonition or instructions.
All right, but it appears that you have 3 sheets of paper. Why do you have 3 sheets of paper and not 2 as you mentioned?
One of them is the instructions that are given
Right.
to the person viewing the lineup. One is the actual lineup with 6 photographs.
Okay.
And the third sheet is a control page that has the identifying information for the target.
And in this case,
All right, let's talk about this for a second. I already brought up the tea, so I might as well spill it, right? We'll summarize a little bit here. I'll bring it over here, and you'll read the title and no thanks. So apparently, you can tell me if it's the wrong guy, but I'm pretty sure it's the right guy. Apparently, he had plenty of red flags, but he was hired. He's one of 2 law enforcement officials named in a recent lawsuit regarding a dog mauling incident that occurred in Crossroads Baptist Church parking lot in Bella Vista last September. The defendants, let's see, canines and deadly force. Mendez and at least one of his dogs were involved in the violent assault and mauling after that her son suffered. With no help from the Shasta County Sheriff, the Shasta County District Attorney, and a slew of other law enforcement agencies, they sought legal counsel. Mendez and Latendra, who was another officer, admitted to Shasta County Sheriff's Office deputies that they approached a severely injured Clank in the church field. Clank, who was 18, suffered a horrific attack by a dog or multiple dogs and was being tended to by his friend and roommate Taylor Merrick. When Merrick had arrived on property in search of Clank after his friend hadn't returned home, Merrick heard moaning and crying. He followed sounds and found a barely conscious Clank. Merrick saw that Clank's body was covered literally from head to toe We're not going to get too graphic. He was lying alone in the field for at least an hour. Let's not get into the photos. Mendez lived in a house adjacent to the church. The two properties are divided by a fence. According to Shasta County Sheriff Department records, at the time of the dog mauling, he had 3 dogs on his property. 2 of Mendez's dogs were canines or a police dog. Those photos look pretty rough, but apparently he was also cleared for a fatal shooting and excessive force allegation. Less daddy now. Less. Yeah. Likes. Yeah. Yikes on bikes. Up here. So what they're implying is that he had 3 dogs, 2 canines, and he was across the field from the church. And I think the implication was that they were his dogs that caused that. And I did this just by looking for a photo for you all. And, well, sometimes, there are no good ones left.
Jodi Arias was the target, correct?
Yes, sir.
What position did you place her photograph?
She's in position 5.
If I may have that back.
Let me just say, everything that I just said, I will preface with allegedly. I did not finish the article, but it wasn't looking good.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 245.
Exhibit 245 is admitted.
I wasn't the only one dancing.
The
Boy, that
first
defense
one that
attorney
you
was dancing
have
today.
here is this document here, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a number and some letters and a number next to them. What is this ENM005? What is that?
That's a number that I assigned to it. It indicates that it's an item of evidence.
But don't you want to
And
have
my
all the
initials
info?
and M and item number 5.
And it does have the name of a person who viewed this particular lineup, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's a date here on the left-hand
away.
side. Is that the date that the person viewed the lineup, or is that the date that the lineup was completed?
Well, that would be the date that they viewed the lineup. However, that date's incorrect.
And what is the correct date?
It was the 17th, not the 16th.
All right. Why don't you read to us this? Is this what is called an admonition? Is this what you read in anticipation of reading the photographic lineup to somebody?
Yes, sir. And that's just so we don't influence the person viewing this to pick anybody in here who might be the suspect.
Okay, and you read this to an individual by the name of Rafael Colombo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why don't you read it for us so that we know what it says?
It's titled Photographic Lineup Instructions. You're about to be shown a group of photographs. Before you view these photographs, please read the following carefully. Number 1, because a law enforcement officer is showing you a group of photographs, this should not influence your judgment in any way. Number 2, the person who committed the crime may or may not be in the group of photographs. Number 3, you are in no way obligated to identify anyone. Number 4, study each photograph carefully before making any comments. Consider that the photographs could be old or new, that hairstyles change, and that persons can alter their identity by growing or shaving facial hair. And number 5 is special instructions, which there were none.
All right, if I may have that back. We were about to talk about the execution of the search warrant. I was going to show you some photographs of the defendant's home on Pine Street. Please take a look at exhibits 317 and 320 and see if you recognize these photographs.
One moment.
Yes, sir. So these are scene photographs.
And these were photographs taken at the time of the execution of the search warrant on the defendant's home back on, what was it, July 15th of 2008?
That's correct.
Move for the admission of exhibits 317 through 320.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 317 through 320 are admitted.
Let's take a look at these photographs. Let's start with exhibit 317. And what's the focus is, what are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the exterior or the front of the house at 352 Pine Street.
And exhibit 318,
2013. The
what are we
crime happened in
looking at
2008.
here?
This is a shot of the interior of the house, looking down the hallway from the front door to the back door.
So this shot is, if we look at 317, this shot is taken from this door looking towards the back, correct?
Correct.
And this door that we see here in the back, does it lead to another room inside the house, or does it lead to the outside?
It leads outside into the backyard.
Exhibit 319, where does this door lead to?
That is the front door, sir.
The defendant's room, where was it in this house? We know that if you go straight, you go to the back, right?
Correct.
Where is her room?
It's in the photograph. As soon as you come in the front door, you make an immediate left.
And then do you go left again, or you just keep going straight in there? Is that the room right here?
That's the room there. It goes back, kind of like you're making a U-turn towards the front
Kind
of
of
the
like
house.
this.
I think
Is that
so.
correct?
Yes, sir.
It's either hers or her grandparents' house, and this was
And
when
then
she
exhibit
robbed it.
320 shows us the area and some of the places searched, right?
Yes, sir.
Did police have occasion to search this box here?
Yes, sir.
In her
Let me
own
show
money.
you some documents.
Just to make it not suspicious.
With regard to exhibits 237-001 through 237-022, just this bundle here, take a look at those and see if you recognize those items.
Yes, sir. These are items taken during the service of the search warrant.
And did they come from this box here?
Yes, I did.
Me too. She wasn't the smartest much of anything, but she thought she was.
I move to the admission of exhibits 237.001 to 237.02. I'm sorry, 022.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 237.001 through 237.022 are admitted.
Let's take a look at exhibit 237.001. First of all, what's the logo up on the left-hand corner?
It's a budget logo.
And it says it's budget rent-a-car system, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a budget rent-a-car in Wairika or not?
No, sere.
Back in June of 2008, were there car rental companies in Wairika?
Yes, sir. There are at least two others.
What were their names?
There is Hertz Rental Car and Enterprise.
And that was back in June of 2008.
Yes, sir.
But there was no budget, right?
No, sir.
Then we see that there's an address there and it says Redding, California. Are you familiar with Redding, California?
Yes, sir.
In fact, do you live near Redding now or not?
Yes, I do.
And with regard to Redding as it relates to Yreka, how far apart are they?
Just under 90 miles.
And approximately what's the driving time between Yreka and Redding, California?
In the summertime, it's about an hour and a half drive.
And why did you qualify it by saying in the summertime? Is it in the winter? Is it a little bit more or what?
It's quite a bit more.
Why is that?
Just due to the weather, Siskiyou County, especially southern Siskiyou County, gets a lot of snow.
And we're talking about what was rented here. Do you see what was rented there? See what it says there? It was a car, right?
Correct, sir.
And it was rented. We have something up here, a bunch of numbers. And what are the last the last four digits?
2015.
The date that the car was rented, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
The 2nd of June, 2008.
At what time of the morning?
8:04 a.m.
And then when was it returned?
It was returned on the 7th of June,
Kept that a long
2008.
time. Long
At
time.
13:08 hours. Is that 1:08 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
But it was due in at what time?
It was due in on the 7th at 9:30 in the morning.
So it was a little late then, right?
Yes, sir.
How many total miles were driven on the car as indicated by this document?
2,834.
And this is the document that was found in that box that we talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
It does talk here of the method of payment. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And it does say, what words does it say there?
Master,
And then it has four numbers. What are those?
2015.
With regard to the rental of this car, did you have occasion to then go to the budget rental car that's in Redding, California at 6751 Woodrum Circle?
Yes, sir. That's actually located
That's
at the
something-
Redding Municipal Airport.
That's something John
And-
Thomas would do.
Was this the lineup that you took?
Yes, sir. I was there 2 days in a row. The lineup was shown on the second day I was there.
What is this? What is this? What What is this picture? I'm sorry. What, she thinks she was at JCPenney's? Oh, that's her yearbook. No, is it really? Is that really her yearbook photo? Oh, we all had bad days. But holy, that can't be. It's got like the same background as all the others. She did. Okay. All right. Well, that explains a lot. She asked for makeup before her mugshot. She'd be that person. She'd be that person on Cops who would ask that, and we'd all literally at the same time. You just hear a collective groan. I don't remember that in the Bill of Rights. I have the right to make up before my. Also, doesn't this look kind of like a younger version of the sister from Dexter? Is that just me? I don't know. They all look very mean. They all look very, very mean. All right, we're going back.
All right. So it was shown on the 17th of July, correct?
Correct.
Too much.
And this is the photograph of the target, I think is what you told us, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was taken at the time of the booking on July 15th,
Yes, sir.
and you were there when it was taken.
Yes, sir.
There are some chicken scratches underneath that. You see
She ain't
that?
smirking now, is
Yes,
she?
I do.
The photographic lineup, before it was shown to anybody, did it have those chicken scratches on it?
No, sir.
Who put the chicken scratches on there, if you know?
That would have been Joe Colombo, or Rafael Colombo is his legal name.
With regard to
Columbo.
that individual, did you read him the admonition that you previously
real-
read in court?
Yes,
The
sir.
real mean girls.
And when
Wore
you
pink on
showed him this
Wednesdays.
photographic lineup, was he the individual that placed those initials there after the admonition was read?
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything with regard to the identification at the time that you showed him this photographic lineup and he made those marks?
Objection, call for hearsay.
Overlook can answer yes or no.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Question.
I'll do it this way. What did he say with regard to that photographic lineup when he was making his identification?
Objection, call for hearsay.
Please approach.
What did he say when you showed him that in terms of the identification?
He said the person that came in and rented the vehicle was number 5, except that she had blonde hair when she came in and got the car, and she had a man with him.
With regard to what you just said, did he say that she had long hair or blonde hair? I
No,
didn't.
blonde hair.
Weather watch. Thank you for the month. You watch your
Take a
weather.
look at one of the,
And thank you for being awesome.
and the vehicle that you were talking about is the one that's mentioned in 237.001, correct?
Yes, sir.
This photographic lineup, you see this one here? This is the third page of your packet. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
There's some identifying information here. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
Was this ever shown to Mr. Colombo at any time?
No, sir.
And this is something, could this be called a control document?
Yes, sir.
And when I say control, what do you mean by control?
Thank you, Ivan. And I'm glad that he's doing
We use
better.
this
I've
so
been reading
we
the
can
chat.
identify the people that are in the lineup.
Scary.
Or given a identifying number, which is over on the left-hand side of that page. And
They
then
should always ask
the
him what
person that
happened.
we're trying
You should always
to
say-
identify,
You should say
their
what happened to the
name
Brown
and
report.
information's on the lineup as well under primary candidate.
Okay, and was
Hello.
this ever shown to Mr. Colombo?
No, sir.
And the only one that's shown to him is this one that is blank.
Correct.
Jeez, they gotta stop showing this. They gotta stop showing the photo. Oh my gosh. It's gotta stop.
Exhibit
Oh.
237001 indicates that the day the car was rented was what again?
The June 2nd, 2008,
At what time in the morning?
8:04 a.m.
In that box that we've talked
Kelly,
about,
Kelly, go belly.
and if we go back to exhibit
Happy month.
320 in her room, this box here,
Thank you for being here.
were there other receipts?
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at exhibit 237002. Was that in
I don't know.
that box?
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know.
And it
I
is
think this.
from
I think she's
where?
eating it up.
The Siskiyou Food Mart, which is a Shell gas station at the corner of Fort Jones Road and Moonlit Oaks.
Samantha, thanks
How
for the month.
how big is Wairika? Is it a big town in terms of geography, or is
We
it a
love
smaller town?
It's fairly small.
And the date that this purchase was made,
June 2nd, 2008.
at what time?
Says 0539.
So is that 5:39 in the morning?
I don't know.
Well, if it's 05:39 as opposed to 17:39,
Objection, asked and answered, and the foundation, he's not familiar with the receipts.
Sustained.
are you familiar with military time?
Yes, sir.
What is
You go through every one of those
17:39
receipts
hours
with hand.
in terms of the regular clock, if you will?
That's
He was a
5:39
Marine.
p.m.
Okay. And does this say 5:39 or does it say 17:39?
It says 5:39.
And it does list an account.
Not if
It
you
says
believe in
MasterCard.
yourself.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
And it lists 4 digits. What are those 4 digits?
2015.
If we go back to exhibit number 237.001,
Thanks,
What
Franco.
are the
for
four
mod.
digits there?
Night
2015.
And what was purchased here? Can you tell?
Yes, sir. Fuel.
All right. Let's take a look at Exhibit 237.003. And it's from where?
This is a McDonald's in Lodi, California.
Do you know where Lodi, California is in relationship to Wairika?
Yes, sir.
Where is it?
Lodi is located in between State Route 99 and Interstate 5. It's probably outside Sacramento.
Is Sacramento south of Wairika or north?
It's south of Wairika.
And so this would also be south of Wairika, Lodi, California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the date of this receipt is what?
So I'll just leave this
June
up for a
2nd,
while, right?
2008.
And it does say MON, right?
Yes, sir.
And it has 1932 hours, right?
Correct.
What time would that be if we're using the regular clock?
It would be 7:32 p.m.
And see what was purchased.
A large French fry and one bottle of water.
Take a look at Exhibit 237.004, and this is to Valero, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the date on that one?
June 2nd, 2008,
And the time?
8:41 p.m.
And
Hello.
what kind of card was used?
MasterCard
What are the last four digits?
2015.
And it also has a name here, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the name?
Jodi Arias.
And then if we go back to Exhibit 237.001, do the MasterCard numbers match?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 237.005 involves, what's on the left? Do you see that? It's WAMU. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know
Me too.
what WAMU is?
Yes, sir. It's a Washington Mutual. It's a bank.
And we have here a deposit of how much?
$400.
And where? Do you see the name there?
Yes, sir. It's a Washington Mutual on Alvarado Street in Monterey, California.
In terms of Monterey, California, as opposed to Lodi, California, where are they in relation to each other, geographically speaking?
Well, Lodi is located basically in the Central Valley of California, right in the middle, and Monterey is south and on the coastal area of California.
Just about a year
And
ago.
the date that we have here is what, sir?
The June 3rd, 2008,
And the time right there?
10:10.
Exhibit number 237.006, is it to the same bank
Yes, sir.
and the same location in Monterey?
Correct.
And is the time the same, 10:11?
No, sir. It's a minute off, 10:11.
And the date
Thank you.
is
Barry.
June 3rd, right?
Correct, sir.
And then it has some writings on there and it shows another deposit, right?
Yes, sir. $300.
Right, Columbo?
Exhibit number 237.007 again involves Washington Mutual, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this also another deposit?
Yes, sir. $100.
And June 3rd at what time?
10:15.
So in terms of the total amount of deposits, we have $100 there. Exhibit 237.006, deposit of 300, which would be total 400, right?
Yes, sir.
And then Exhibit 237.005, another deposit of 400. And if it was all left in there, how much would that add up to be? 800?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 237.008 is to Walmart, right?
Yes, sir.
And
See, you keep putting on comments.
what
and I'm
is
gonna
the
keep
date
putting
on
them
that
up.
one?
June 3rd, 2008,
And the time?
15:22 hours, which would be 3:22 p.m.
And these previous ones, if they are military time, 237.007 is, what time does it say there?
If it was military time, it'd be 10:15 a.m.
Exhibit number 237.009 is to who?
The CVS pharmacy.
And where is this location?
Now, 1 second. 1 second. Where the heck did she get a receipt that short that came from CVS? Truly, my receipts are as long as this. Anybody else? Is it just me? Maybe they cut it. That wouldn't be good for evidence, though.
No.
This is located at 3883 East Foothill Boulevard, Pasadena, California.
In relationship to the places that we've seen, the last one that we saw, Monterey, where is Pasadena in relationship to Monterey?
It's south of it.
And the time on this one is what time?
June
I don't know
3rd,
what that noise was.
2008
Kinda
at
elephanty.
8:31 p.m.
Yeah. Put it on the app. Put
Exhibit
it on the
number
app.
237.010 or 010. Can you see who the merchant is?
Yes, sir. Starbucks,
And
What'd she
what
order?
town does it say?
Pasadena, California.
What? Cupcake, strawberry and cream, sandwich, egg salad,
And it says that
scone.
a MasterCard was used, right?
Yes, sir.
What are the
tall
four
latte with
digits,
caramel
last four
syrup.
digits that are
Nope,
listed
creme,
there?
creamer,
2015.
French vanilla.
And just to go back
syrup?
to 237.001,
No, tall. Ugh.
what are the last four digits there?
2015.
And the date?
June 3rd, 2008,
Right.
At what time?
2041, which would be 8:41 p.m.
Exhibit number 237.001, another receipt. This one's
Not at
to
all.
who?
Arco,
What town?
Pasadena, California.
And we see that a debit was used and the last four numbers are
2015.
purchase of fuel, it appears, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think these receipts track her movements, and they're using these to say
Let's look at
this
the-
is where she went to destroy that whole alibi thing.
Time on that one, it is
June 3rd, 2008 at 8:42 p.m.
exhibit number 237.012. It's also to an ARCO,
Usually
right?
these folks do.
Yes, sir.
The address there is what?
3706 East Foothill Boulevard, Pasadena, California.
If we look at 237.011, do the addresses match?
Yes, sir.
In this one, we're talking about fuel.
This looks like the front of a grunge
Then-
rock album.
This one talks about an initial payment and some prepay, right?
Yes, sir.
What time?
This one is at 2046, which is 8:46 p.m.
And what is the date?
June 3rd, 2008.
It does talk about some fuel that is purchased, right? There also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 237.013. Does this appear to be a duplicate of what we've just seen? And I'll show you 237.012. It appears to be a duplicate, or it may be a duplicate of the sale, right?
Yes, sir. The fuel amount's different.
Exhibit 237.014.
It's like, you got any more interesting questions?
First of all, what's the date on this one?
June 6th,
Oh, can
2008,
I?
At what time?
Ugh.
10:38 a.m.
Maybe. Let's see.
And what's the merchant?
It's an In-N-Out Burger in Sparks.
Do you know where Sparks is?
Yes, sir.
Where? What state?
Nevada, just outside of Reno.
And it indicates that's a CHB was purchased, a W, and an FF, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was a MasterCard that was used, and then the price, correct?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 237.01 is also from the In-N-Out Burger, right?
Yes, sir.
It gives an address and says Sparks, Nevada. It says credit sale,
I don't think I
and
can
it
find that
indicates
name.
the name of the person who made the purchase, right?
Somebody
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
would have had to
Jodi
do that.
Arias,
What's the last four digits of the
time.
account?
2015.
And then it gives the date and the time at the bottom, right?
Yes, sir.
I think he's just the one
What
who
is the
collected
time
it.
on this one?
10:43 a.m.
He's an agent. I think
Exhibit
different than a detective.
237.016 is to, what's the merchant's name?
Tesoro.
You know, and if we look down there, it gives us the card that was used, what are the last four digits,
2015.
and the person.
Jodi Arias.
It appears that it's talks about pump 2 in gallons, right?
Yes, sir.
$225 today.
And the date,
June 6, 2008.
at what time?
3:57.
And if this were military time, what time of the day would it be?
3:57 a.m.
Exhibit 237.017, also a Tesoro purchase, right?
Yes, sir.
And we have a purchase
Welcome,
of
Golden
what
Misfit.
appears to be fuel,
Thank
right?
you for joining.
Yes, sir.
Grab your Kool-Aid.
And it
Tourist chat.
indicates that a MasterCard was swiped by, who is the account holder?
Jodi Arias.
And the last four digits
2015.
and the date again.
June 6, 2008.
Exhibit number 237.018 is, who is the merchant?
The Flying J.
And it's from where?
It's a 1880 West Winnemucca Boulevard in Winnemucca, Nevada.
Do you know where this is or not?
Yes, sir.
Where is Winnemucca in relationship to Sparks, Nevada?
It's east. It's basically located in the middle of Nevada, up in the northern part of the state.
And we have the date there, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a good pool. It's a very good pool. You're not wrong.
We also have Exhibit 237.019. It talks about the same
Yes, sir.
merchant, right?
Correct.
Right?
And
He
it's
should
a
just
little bit
laminate it and put
faded,
it on his
right?
kitchen table.
Yes, sir.
But on the right-hand side, can you make out the name or not?
Yes, sir. Jodi Arias.
Exhibit 237.020 is to, what's the merchant?
7-Eleven.
And also in Sparks, Nevada, right?
Yes, sir.
And the time that it was used was what time?
She does follow you.
10:34.
And the date?
June 6, 2008.
237.021 is now to another Valero, right?
Yes, sir.
This one is in what town?
Redding, California,
What's the date on this one?
June 7th, 2008,
And the time?
12:20.
And the person that's listed there?
Jodi Arias,
What kind of credit card was involved?
MasterCard.
And it appears to be a purchase of gas, right?
Yes, sir.
Me too, for
And
sure.
finally, Exhibit 237.022. It's just a receipt, but we really can't tell much from it, right?
Correct, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I just wanted
Look
to
at that
ask
smile.
you, we,
That's such a nice smile.
counsel for the state went through, excuse me, a lot of receipts with you and matched up the number of the credit card, that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on your experience, someone you testified here today, if someone paid with cash, there wouldn't be a credit card number on there, would there?
Correct.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back for a moment. You recall that Mr. Martinez showed you some receipts
And she probably sold them.
from Washington Mutual in Monterey. Remember looking at those?
Yes, sir.
He's a
And
big
just
man.
to remind everyone, these are what you obtained from Miss Arias's room back in Wairika, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that receipt, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you do us a favor and read the last four digits of
No,
the
he looks way
account
different
that
now.
that was being deposited into?
Yes, sir. 7148.
Find a picture.
And do you see the account number
He really
there
started
again?
taking care of himself.
Yes, sir.
And is that the same account number?
It is.
Okay.
Look at that guy. Look at that.
And again, it appears the account number is different. Could you read that account number for us?
Yes, sir. It's 8006.
So it appears that's a different account, correct?
Correct.
We're still working on it. Yeah.
So
Still in talk.
let me ask you this. I know your former employer had a limited involvement in this case. That's a good way to put it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hard work.
And have you seen any of the other documents related to
This guy.
where the money
is
came
this
from to make these deposits?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you.
Any questions from the
Yep.
jury for this witness? I see no hands. You may step down. Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
That was an accident to stop it there, but oh, that's a face. You don't want to see that face. Oh man, why do I feel like she's looking right at Jodi? Yeah, that's Mr. Nurmi, Kirk. He has really kind of, he's done a lot. He's done a lot to take care of himself. If I read the story right, he elected to disbar himself. He basically removed himself in order to write the book that he wanted to write. They said, you can leave or we'll disbar you. So he chose to leave. I'm sure there's more details that he can provide. And hopefully we get him on. Yeah, Kirk, he did. Yeah, he had a really difficult time with this. And he did turn himself around for sure. On the other hand, our favorite fella right here, our favorite fella of the court, he hold on, I have the story. Let me not make it up. Juan Martinez disbarred from practicing law. This was written in 2020. He is no longer allowed to practice in Arizona. His name was stricken from the role of lawyers. He acted inappropriately during murder trials, accused of sexually harassing women in Maricopa County's attorney's office. He consented to be disbarred. Yeah, not great. Not great. He improperly engaged in self-promoting conduct. His efforts to gain personal notoriety were beneath the office he held as representative of the state of Arizona. And he served his personal interests and lost sight of his role. So there's a lot there. He was I don't know. But yeah, bad boy. Bad boy. 10 lashes with a wet noodle. I'm just full of good news for you folks tonight, aren't I? Just dashing dreams.
My name is Lisa Perry.
And who do you work for?
I work for the City of Mesa Police Department Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there at the
It doesn't take
Mesa
away from
Police Crime
what
Lab?
he did.
I am a forensic
here,
scientist.
But he did do it.
That could mean a lot of things. What do you do there, though?
I work in the biology unit, which means that I examine evidence of a crime for the presence of biological materials. I am the first step in the process, the DNA process. So I look at a piece of evidence, look for substances such as blood, semen, saliva, maybe even skin cells, and I collect a sample and forward it on for DNA analysis.
Is that the only thing that you do?
On occasion, I do respond to crime scenes.
And in this particular case, did you respond to the crime scene involving the killing of Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
With regard to that scene, when did you get out there?
On June 10th of 2008,
And how long were you at that scene in June?
over the course of 2 days.
And during the time that you were out there, what is it that you were focused on, or what is it that you were doing, if you will?
We were looking at blood. I was looking at blood stains to see if I could make a determination on how they were deposited at the scene.
Is there a degree? Well, do you have a degree?
I do have a degree. It's in marine biology from Western Washington University, and I have a minor in chemistry.
Is there such a degree in the interpretation of blood stain patterns or blood patterns, or is that something that you acquire through training and reading?
It is something you would acquire through training and experimentation and reading.
We got a while to go. Don't worry.
In this particular case, you went there, and what is it that you saw? Where did you start?
We entered through the front door and toured the residence.
I believe
However,
you.
my focus was in the master bathroom.
And why were you looking at the master bathroom? What is it that you were doing, or why were you interested in looking at that?
I was interested in looking at the blood stains, and that's where the blood was.
You also mentioned that you do some do you know what a screener is?
Yes.
What is a screener?
Screener is kind of what I described my job to be, the person who looks at an item of evidence and then prepares a sample for DNA from that item.
When you say that you prepare them for DNA analysis, how is it that you'll go about doing it? I mean, there could be many substances, many areas. What is it that you do exactly?
Depending on what I'm looking for, I may do some testing. Otherwise, I might just swab a substance or take a cutting of it and forward it on in a little tiny tube that goes on for DNA.
Let me see if I can get a little bit more specific. For example, if you see a substance that is reddish in color and you want to know what it may potentially be, is there any kind of test that you can conduct that will tell you that maybe this may or may not be blood? Is there anything that you do for that?
There is a test. There's a little color test that I do that will give me indications of whether the presence of blood is indicated.
And are you familiar with the term Castlemeyer?
Yes, that is the name of my color test.
And is it also known as a presumptive test?
It is.
In this case, at the scene, did you do any swabbing to obtain any biological substance from the scene, or was everything done back at the lab?
There was swabbings that I did not perform by other people who were at the scene. A lot of my analysis and swabbings would have occurred back in the laboratory.
I'm just asking about you. Were there any swabbings that you did out at the scene?
I did a few of the preliminary color testings at the scene, but I did not collect any evidence.
And what areas did you do with that Castlemeyer test or that presumptive test? What areas?
There was an area on a washing machine, on a sink in the downstairs restroom, on a cabinet in the downstairs restroom, on the back of the master bedroom door, the top banister of the stairs, the base of the stairs on some tile. I'd have to reference my report to see if I'm missing anything.
We'll let you do that, but with regard to the washing machine, do you know what the results were from the presumptive test?
There was one stain on the top that was positive.
And with regard to that, would you have put like an initial, or what would you have done to designate that particular spot?
The person who collected that sample would have designated that with initials.
So take a look at exhibits 8, 9, and 10.
Hear it. You can hear. Why do they have that thing on the top?
We're looking at the stain there, right?
Correct.
And then if we take a look at the washing machine, there are a couple of numbers there. Did you put those numbers there or no?
No.
Somebody else would have done it,
Yes.
but you would have done the swabbing with that, right?
Correct. The testing. Yes.
And number 10, what does the little B mean there?
That it differentiates it from the 1A that was on the other surface of the washing machine.
And what were the results again with regard to the swabbing of the washing machine?
This one, I'd have to confirm, I believe that this one was positive and the other was negative.
And then you said that you went, where did you look from there?
Throughout the rest of the residence as well, focusing on the master bathroom.
But downstairs in the bedroom.
She also did a bad job with the
Did you also
bleach.
conduct a testing for blood there and using the presumptive test, i.e. the Castlemeyer?
You said the downstairs in the bedroom or the bathroom?
Downstairs bathroom.
Downstairs bathroom, I did a test on a stain in the sink that was positive, and there was a negative on a cabinet.
Okay, if we take a look at exhibits numbers 44, 45, and 46. 44 is what? What are we looking at there?
That would be the cabinet in the downstairs bathroom.
Was that positive or negative?
That was negative.
Let's figure out when she starts
Exhibit
crying.
number 45, and then, let's see, focus in, exhibit number 46.
Sorry, crying.
Is that what you tested?
Yes, and that was positive.
Then you said you went throughout the house and you looked at a number of areas, right? But focusing mainly in the master bathroom, right?
Correct, that's correct.
In the master bathroom, just to the naked eye, not to denigrate your profession, but just looking at it, all that red stuff there, just to the naked eye, appears to be blood. Did you do a lot of this Castlemeyer testing up there or not?
We
Or
did
burn
not,
barrel.
due to our training, education, and experience, I am able to recognize the presence of blood in that volume, and I recognize that to be blood.
You could use a burn barrel, but she wasted all her gas to get up there from the cans.
Blood patterns, what kind of training have you had?
I have received a 40-hour course in basic bloodstain pattern analysis from the Miami-Dade Metropolitan Police Department. I received a follow-up 40-hour course in advanced bloodstain pattern analysis by the Miami-Dade Metropolitan Police Department as well. I received an 80-hour course in laboratory-based bloodstain pattern analysis, as it relates to fabric specifically.
Miami-Dade.
And I have attended over 200 hours of educational conferences and trainings associated with bloodstain pattern analysis.
Wow.
Before we get too much into that, I'm going to show
The
you
real Dexter, minus
exhibit
the murder.
number 138. Do you recognize the area there?
Yes, I do.
And exhibit 139, what are we looking at there?
That is a photo of the west wall of the master hall bathroom. Master
No,
bathroom hallway.
Miami-Dade.
Was there a latent fingerprint that was there, that was, people looked at? Or did
Hi,
you do anything
Jams.
about that?
I know that there was a print involved in that area. I don't know exactly what it was a print of.
Did you do anything with regard to that area there in this particular item back at the scene?
At the scene, I did not.
And how about at the lab? Did you do anything?
At the laboratory, I did my Castlemeyer testing and did a swabbing in that area where I was instructed where I should swab by the latent print
Castle
examiner.
Meyer.
Right, but did you do
Like
some
Eureka's
swabbing
Castle
of this
testing.
back at the lab?
Just at the lab, yes.
And what were the results of this preliminary test that you did?
Those results were negative.
Okay. Had there been any testing that you know of to this area prior to your testing for blood?
I'm unaware of any testing, only processing.
In terms of the screening, you said, well, it's negative for blood. Just because it's negative for blood, does that mean that there are no other biological materials there subject to DNA testing? In other words, is blood the only biological substance that can be tested for DNA?
No, it's not.
What other substances can be tested for DNA?
You can receive a DNA profile from skin cells from somebody touching something. Sometimes your sweat will have your DNA as it sloughs off. You can have.
What is that called? What are those? Is that nucleated or what is that called? If the cells falls off, what are those? They're just cells or what?
They're epithelial cells that have come off, and usually through sweat, wear, or I'm not coming up with the right terms. Often I will find them on a screwdriver because somebody has used friction, so that forces and rubs off your skin
She's
cells.
very relatable. She
How about
really is.
spit, saliva, does that have DNA in
Yes,
it?
yes, saliva would have DNA in it.
How about, I don't know, sperm, that sort of thing?
Absolutely.
Night.
Yes.
So it isn't just restricted to blood then, right?
That's correct.
So if you swab this particular area and there was no blood, that doesn't mean there wasn't any biological substance.
That's correct.
So to get back to you told me a little bit about your training. In the terms of blood, the way it's deposited there, is that something that you can, by looking at them, you can tell how they were deposited there?
We can offer opinions as to how the mechanisms that may have caused those stains, yes.
Okay, but I'm asking you, when you look at it, are you able to do it? It's the royal we here, and I want to make sure that we're talking about you. You can look at something and at least tell us what type of pattern we're talking
The type of pattern and what may have caused that mechanism.
Are there some patterns that are passive as opposed to active?
There are.
Okay, why don't we talk a little bit about the passive type of patterns that you may find at a crime scene? What are those?
The passive category of blood stain patterns are ones that when blood droplets are only acted upon by the source of gravity, they form by gravity alone, so they're just dropping by that force alone.
So for example, if the source, whatever the source may be, is standing over something, not making any movement, and the blood comes down, it forms a certain type of pattern.
Yes, a passive drop.
How about if active forms of blood patterns? What are those?
Those would be under a category we call projected blood, when there's an ejection of a volume of blood due to a force or to pressure that causes that to strike the surface.
Give me some examples of what we're talking about.
That could be when there is an impact or a strike or a blow to a blood source. It could be when there is a weapon that is moving back and forth and blood may be flying off of it. It can be from when one coughs and has blood in their airways. That can cause that a projection of blood stains as well.
In terms of the pattern that may be created by this blood being projected, is there a special name for that or not? Is it high velocity, medium velocity? Do you know what that's about?
We can assess the sizes of the stains, and that helps us define the force that might have acted upon that blood, and then we categorize that by the sizes as high velocity, low velocity, medium velocity.
And are you familiar with the term spatter?
Yes, I am.
Not splatter, it's spatter actually.
Spatter.
And what does splatter refer to?
What is spatter?
What does it refer to? Yes.
Spatter is the actual stains that we look at after there has been an action to a liquid blood source, and the blood droplets fly and are dispersed through the air. When they finally land upon a surface, that is called the spatter.
In terms of, let's say there's blood on a substance and something comes by and touches it. Is there a name for that? And what would that name be?
That's called a transfer stain. When a blood-bearing source comes in contact with another source, that's called a transfer.
What if the blood is already there and the source doesn't have any blood on them and they come by, is it still called a transfer?
They're still within the transfer category. Specifically, if the blood is already on an object and something wipes through it, that's called a wipe. If the blood is on, say, me, and I'm moving it along here, I am swiping it along.
What if, for example, the blood is adulterated, and by that I mean another substance is applied to it? For example, let's say water is applied to blood. Does that have a tendency to affect or not affect the patterns in what you see?
Well, if water is present, it may actually diminish and wash away any of the patterns that we might expect to see, that we might see in a bloody crime scene. It also can affect the appearance of stains by making their edges look very dilute, not as dark red. They might be very dilute red in appearance.
Okay, I'm going to show you some photographs. Sort of just to orient ourselves, exhibit number 83. And you see this right here down at the...
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the body of the deceased.
And this right here, did that have the appearance of blood to you?
Yes, it did.
Now, we've been talking about all these patterns and cast off and speeds and that sort of thing, active versus passive. First thing we sort of see is this right here. What, if that were blood, what would that tell us?
But there's a large enough volume that it is flowing down, that gravity is acting upon it.
And do we know how that got there? Because we've talked about something hitting something and then flying on there. Is there anything that we know about this one other than that gravity acted upon it?
No.
Exhibit number 84, and I want to direct you to this area here. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
And closer view, exhibit 86, the area there. Exhibit 87, that's a close-up of that area.
Starting to breathe
then-
heavy. We're going to see some
Exhibit
quote-unquote
88,
tears here.
which is the toilet. Do you know where this toilet was?
Yes.
And exhibit 89. Are we still looking at the toilet?
Yes.
Want to talk about this particular spot, and then you see in the back appears to be blood. Why don't you tell me what type of pattern we are looking at there?
The stains that I see on the toilet and the bottom of this door jamb are from an impact to a blood source.
Is this an active sort of,
It would be an
Pattern?
active source, yes.
and so it's the blood being what? How does the blood get there?
There is an impact to the blood source of some sort that then causes the blood droplets to fly through the air and be deposited upon that surface.
Impact, right?
An impact.
Can you, by looking at those, can you tell us the distance of the source to that location?
I can't define specifically, but I can tell you because they are small blood droplets at the bottom, those don't travel very far due to the effect of wind resistance upon them, air resistance. So they're not wind resistance, air resistance. So they're not going to travel very far. So the blood source was in proximity too.
And any idea how far, or is it in proximity?
In proximity, close proximity.
Where was can you tell us anything about the blood source, its positioning as in terms of high up, middle, ceiling, floor? What can you tell us about that?
Those stains are all from about 12 inches and down, and the stains that I was looking at are all round, which means that the blood source was actually low, and those blood stains simply flew to the side and impacted the wall at a 90-degree angle, and they made it essentially circular drops.
So what I understand you say, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, the source was low, source was not too far away because of the smaller droplets there, and there was impact to the blood source.
That's correct.
Well, let's look at the toilet that's back there.
Yes.
With regard to that, we take a look at exhibit number 90. There's the toilet in number 90. What do we see here?
We see the same type of stains, fairly round on a rounded surface like the side of the toilet. They can round, even though they might hit at a 90-degree angle, those can sometimes look a little bit more elliptical just because of the surface of the curved toilet. But those are essentially the small stains that I was talking about on the door jamb, and at the same height, they're below 12 inches.
Looking at these and the ones on the toilet,
Missing things here.
Exhibit 87, spatially speaking, they're in different areas, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna mess this up.
Does
Gala
that
May.
tell you
93?
anything about the number of
Thank you for the membership.
strikes to the blood
Yvonne
source,
Grossi
or
or Grossi.
does it not?
Welcome to the cult.
These, because the way that these are lined up and you
What
can
else
see
did
in
I
the
miss?
photograph, I can't rule that out as
Thank you.
having been from the same
Thank you.
event. It could be from more than one event, but it's at least, I can't rule out that it was simply one.
When you say event, are we talking about strikes?
One strike to that blood source.
Sando Rocks, Kim, Lisa Bassett, Susan Lacey, Danielle
But it
Marie.
could be more.
It could be more.
Welcome to the cult.
Take a look at
Thank you, Ricky.
exhibit number 84. Do you see this floor mat here? Or I'll show you another one.
Not in that lighting.
Exhibit number 86. Do you see the floor mat
Yes, I
there?
do.
With regard to that floor mat, did you conduct any tests?
I didn't do any tests on that at the scene.
The way you said that implies to me that you did some tests somewhere else.
I did examine that mat back in the laboratory.
And exactly what did you do to examine that floor mat?
I did my Castle-Meyer preliminary test for the presence of blood, and I noted the presence of blood all over the bottom of that mat, in addition to the stain that's on top.
With regard to that mat, you were looking at that mat. Is it a situation where the blood was on top and then went to the bottom, or do you have a different opinion as to how the blood on the bottom got there?
No, the blood is throughout the bottom, and it's not consistent with the top drop having traveled through. It's more consistent with that mat having been moved either over blood stains that were already there, or there had been water in the scene, and that water mixed with the blood could have traveled under and deposited throughout the mat.
I hear you saying that there's two ways that the blood could have been deposited underneath the mat then.
Correct.
And one of them is moving, right?
Moving, yes.
Well, just because it's moving, that doesn't make blood magically appear, does it?
No.
What is it that it's coming in contact with that would allow it to then get under there?
Blood stains that would already be present.
So in other words, there were already, one of the scenarios is that there was blood somewhere else and this mat was run over them, right?
Correct.
And the other one was what?
That with the water involvement that I can see, you can see it in this picture, the way that it's affected that other stain. That
one right
water and blood had traveled
Ma'am,
together.
is this stain
Yes.
and then this is the
Yes,
water
the edges
involvement?
that are red and dilute looking.
Well, just so that we can focus in on that. What do you see there that
Your
tells you that
tears
there's
are in
water
vain.
in there? How do you know that? It just looks like a dark stain with some reddish stains.
Because that has been, water would cause that effect to start to loosen up the blood and start it to diffuse. To be dilute in appearance. So it's starting to dilute that large stain.
And so what you're saying is there's a proximity between the mat and that, which
She
implies
acts like
that
she
maybe
doesn't, but
water
she'll
was one
still-
way it got
she'll
there, or the
still
other one is that it was
glance.
moved, right?
Correct.
Did you take a look at the consistency? And by that, I mean whether or not the blood could have traveled from the top to the bottom. Did you take a look at that? Is it that type of mat that the blood could have gone?
The top is all bamboo strips, and that's what the blood on top of the mat was laying on top of. The bottom has a felt type middle and then a fabric edge, and it's not the kind that the blood would not have traveled from that one drop through the bottom.
Well, we're talking about this scenario. One of the things that we talked about previously, when you were explaining this to me, you indicated that, well, if there is
They're
a
not.
blood,
They're not. This is from
source somewhere.
2013. These
And-
are throwback trials.
Another
so no
item
worries.
comes by
They're
that
not-
doesn't have any blood on it. If it rubs up against it, the blood can be transferred, right?
Correct.
So the first, I guess, explanation would be that this would be a blood transfer. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And then the other one would be water, right?
Correct.
Taking a look at this item there, along with the one that's here on the corner, we then take a look at exhibit number 91.
Right? Ugh. Sound of
Do
focusing.
you see both of those?
Yes, I do.
Let's talk about this one right here. What are we looking at there?
That is a large accumulation of blood.
And how was that blood left there? How did the source leave the blood there?
One of two ways. One of the likelier options is that a blood source was in one position, allowing it to drip down and collect in that area.
And
The-
so that's the gravity aspect.
That would be,
of it.
yes, that the blood source just dripped passively the blood. The other being, I can't account for all of the situations with water, how water would, and this tile would pull it together, but I can't totally dismiss that some of the water activity deposited it there, though it seems more likely due to the size of it that it was deposited from a blood source.
If it was deposited there from the blood source, and you did say it was a large amount of blood there, is that a function of time also, that to get a larger blood spot like this, it takes more time than to just get a spot, for example, if this were one strike, than to get this pattern? Could it be a function of time?
It could be a function of
Jodi
time.
Arias. yeah.
And
She took
I suspect that the answer is you can't give me a time.
I can't give you the time.
Pictures ended up being taken accidentally by the camera while she was
Exhibit
killing him.
91.
And she tried to put it in the washing machine to break the
What do we have here?
camera.
We have more blood
Forgot about
stains
the car?
on, this is the eastern wall of the exterior of the toilet room.
And let's talk about these right here.
Those that, on this wall, I observed blood stains that were traveling in a downward and towards the south, which is the window, which is up at the top over here.
And in terms of how they were deposited there, do you have an opinion as how those were?
An impact to a blood source.
So something that was bleeding or had blood on it.
In close
struck.
proximity to the wall.
Because of this wall here, can you now say it was, or not say, that it was more than one strike? In other words, there would be one strike here to the breach of the door here, and then another strike here. Is that what you can say? Or can you say it's the same strike and the blood went through the wall?
I would not say the blood went through the wall.
So how many strikes are you looking at there?
Then we're looking at two different strikes or events.
At least, right?
Correct.
It could be more, right?
Air hug.
Correct.
Awkward air hug.
And because they are so diffuse, does that give you an indication as to how many there were or not?
How many strikes there were?
Right.
No.
Yep.
So it still could be one strike, right?
Correct.
Do you see this down here? Is that also blood right down here?
I have to see another shot of it. I'm not
Okay,
Certainly
we'll
not
get
sure.
another one for you to look at. Exhibit number 83, and I'm not talking about strikes, I'm just talking about areas. Areas at this time, it would seem that there are three, based on what we see here, there are three separate areas where the source of blood was, correct?
correct.
And part of the reason would be that the one that's exhibit number 86, this area of the door, plus exhibit number 91, this area here, and then what we looked at here, exhibit number 83, are not joined, if you will, or connected in any way, right?
Right.
Okay, exhibit number 94. We talked about the wall in exhibit number 91, right?
Correct.
And how about down here on the ground? What kind of drops are those?
Those are blood stains that I wouldn't offer an opinion whether those could be passive or be ones that hit the ground from the impact on that west wall, on the east wall.
And why is that?
Because they didn't offer enough characteristics to make a determination.
And they could be related to the ones on the wall, they could not, right?
Correct.
Now, to the right of that, we also see some other staining. Do you see that right there?
I do.
And is it your opinion that this on the left, is that related or not related to those on the right?
May or may not.
And why do you say may or may not?
There's nothing distinct, a pattern to recognize. They're just blood droplets, and just a few blood droplets don't always create a pattern.
One of the things that we talked about was whether it's a passive placing of the drop versus an active placing. Is this something that gravity acted upon these here, or is it something that you can't tell us?
I can't tell. When I talked about the passive drops, one of the ways that we identify those is because they are nice, round, 90-degree drops when they impact the surface like this. So they're nice and round. Those aren't as pretty, so to speak. So I wouldn't want to offer an opinion on that.
Exhibit number 95, and
The one I agree with.
what are we looking at here
And the
in
one
terms
I
of the
don't.
scale?
We're looking at a scale that is on the south end of the bathroom that has blood stains on top of and underneath the scale.
And did you examine this at the scene, or did you conduct your examination back at the lab?
I observed it at the scene and then also examined it back in the laboratory.
What did you do at the lab?
At the laboratory, I did the Castlemeyer testing, the preliminary test we discussed earlier on the staining up to I think I can touch this up in here.
Okay, and you did the Castlemeyer test there?
I did the Castlemeyer on that test there.
On top or on
that
bottom?
stain. On the top.
And did you do any Castlemeyer on the bottom?
No, I did not. That was actually at the crime scene.
Okay, and at the crime scene, when you did the Castlemeyer, what part of it, the bottom of the scale, did you examine? Or did you not do the Castlemeyer at the?
I did not do any Castlemeyer on the
right.
on the bottom surface.
But there was a reddish substance that you believe to be blood underneath there, right?
This right here. Trying the technology.
That one right there. And knowing what you know about blood spatter, what is the scenario? How is it that this blood drop was stuck, if you will? Is it to the scale or is it to the floor?
It is on the floor. The stain is on the floor itself.
Okay, so if the scale is on top of it, what does it tell you about the stain?
Are you
that's
saying
there?
covered here?
But the scale was moved into the position above the blood stain.
And do we have any issues about water with regard to this one or not?
No.
Exhibit number 96.
I bet it moved during the attack and she put it back.
Okay, right up against the wall here, do we see?
There are blood droplets.
And did you have occasion to look inside the wastebasket?
I did.
And what did you find in the wastebasket?
There was a paper towel and 2 empty toilet paper tubes, type cardboard rings.
Did they have anything or any indication of blood or anything that looked like blood in that tub, in that wastebasket?
I examined the toilet paper tubes back in the laboratory, and my indications with my test were that there was blood detected.
So you now have what appears to be blood, in your belief it is blood.
Ask
in
her
the-
if she got a
in the
nosebleed.
trash can there, you have it right again there. And then you also have it underneath the scale.
Cast
How
off
many events are we
patterns
talking about
just-
here?
I mean,
At this
this was
point?
brutal, y'all.
Well, we've discussed that you counted 3 prior.
Right.
And then this is
I could do this for a
more
sidebar.
bleeding, but I
You all
don't
are
know how many
interested.
events
I
are
could-
moving into the corner.
I could
Would
do
this be a
for
separate
20,
event from
30-minute
the other
video.
involving the wall? This one over here.
Would require some research, obviously, but I could do a nice a summary.
The direction, it seems far to have it traveled, but I don't know that I could rule it out completely.
It's possible that it could be another event that was occurring in this
There's
area.
argument
Yes.
for the order, but shot him in the head and then stabbed.
Just to orient ourselves, exhibit number
37
93.
times, 39 times.
This is the scale we've
Somebody
been
in chat
talking
will
about, and the trash can is right
explain.
here, correct?
That's correct.
And then we have the sink area, right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 98. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the sink that is to the north, there's two sinks
I'll
in the
try and
bathroom.
remember
This
to
is the one
answer
to
at
the
the
north.
And we've been talking about events so far. We've talked about 3. Is this a separate event?
From the other, yes.
Let's start talking about this area here in front. It's, first of all, would you agree or disagree that the coloration of that seems to be a little bit different than the one inside the bowl?
I would.
And what would cause something like that?
It appears diluted as if it would be with water.
And exhibit number 100, as it applies to that, what are we looking at here?
The blood is dripping down the side of
Writing it down.
the ledge of the counter.
So in terms of what we've been talking about, passive versus active, what or how would you characterize this? How would you define it? Tell me about it.
Those diluted patterns, I would say, are evidence of transfer between a blood-bearing source and a non-blood-bearing source. But as I indicated earlier, I don't know if this is blood is present already and then something moves through it, or the blood is on another item and then transfers onto the counter.
Just a
Or a
second.
combination thereof.
But bottom line is there is, at least at some point, the source placing the blood there, right?
Absolutely.
And at some point, something came by and swiped it, if you will. I think you call these swipes, right?
Swipes or wipes, yes, depending.
If we look to the left of that, do you see this right here?
I do.
Is that the same thing as what we've been looking at or not?
Those are what we were previously discussing as passive drops that are simply being acted upon by gravity.
Let's look at exhibit 105. Are those the ones we're talking about?
Yes,
And then a larger view of it, or 102, you see that?
yes.
All right, well, how could these blood drops here on exhibit 105, how could they find their way to get there in that shape?
The blood source was above this location, above the sink.
And was
And
the
sink.
blood source, what was the blood source doing?
Bleeding.
I understand that, but was blood source moving left to right, moving front to back, or just stationary?
Well,
Yep.
depending which way, if that's moving into the sink or backing up out of the sink,
All right.
but in some sort of motion over the sink.
At some point, there was some motion by the blood source over the sink.
So,
and that's
I know
what
you meant
that tells you,
didn't.
right? And it also tells you that, I guess it was
I don't know.
over the top of the sink.
Over
Because
the top.
whether it was the
Is this a
gun
function
or
of-
the stabbing,
Partly a function of gravity.
she did
Yes.
one or the other second because
We've
the
talked
first
about
one
those,
didn't
and you
kill him
indicated
fast enough.
sort of an in and out motion by the source.
So
And then
Yeah.
we talked about this source, or not this source, but this area here on the ledge. Both of those appear, from what you're telling me, to be somewhat movement oriented, or would that be incorrect?
No, I'd say that. I would agree with that.
How about this area here, inside the bowl? And in terms of placement of the source, 103 shows it, and then
that's
also
concerning, Adam.
104. You see that? Is that yes? Can't
Yes,
take-
I see that. I'm sorry.
I'm
In
gonna
terms of
to ask,
where the
what are you
source
digging?
was, and based on the patterns that you have there.
The source is above the sink, and some of those you can see are specific droplets. Some of them, because of the
Whoa.
curvature of the sink, are merging together.
but the source of the blood is,
Above the sink.
do these also imply movement like those that are down here, or do they not?
Well, since they're in several different locations, it would imply that the blood source is moving a bit, yes.
Could all of these functions, Exhibit 104, the scraping there, or the swiping, the dropping of the blood there. Let me see if we could focus a little bit more. And the middle of the tub of the sink, does that give you any indication of time, or can these all be done at the same time? Or are they events that are occurring? There's one, there's another, or we just don't know which is first. Why don't you tell me about that?
I would say that this movement at the edge of the sink could be concurrent
Okay,
with the
follow
drops
up.
that are into the sink.
What are you using as
Including the ones that are
fertilizer?
in the middle there.
Yes.
Whole new meaning to hoeing.
Exhibit number 98. See this area right over here
I do.
near the mirror?
I do.
Was there any blood spatter or any blood on the mirror?
It's very difficult to see when we get to those shots because of the mirror, but there was.
There was some on the mirror. With regard to the blood on the mirror, or the substance on the mirror, what kind of action, or what can you tell me about those patterns?
When I was talking earlier about the categories, I discussed the projected blood that is that a force or a pressure acts upon to eject a volume of blood. This would be categorized in that category and could be a number of different mechanisms.
Sure, but let's just talk about, is this what Exhibit 100 is? Where was the blood? I understand that perhaps because of the flash, we're not really able to see it, but if you could tell us where it would be or show us on the monitor there.
If I can get my finger to do the right working here. There were stains,
Ooh.
if I have that, about right. There would be, it wasn't as concentrated as this, but
play-by-play.
there.
Why aren't they using this more often?
When you can see the photos, you can see similar to this up here.
And this right here, this event underneath it right there, is that the same kind of spatter?
Yes,
Do you know whether or not this spatter here was caused by the same event that caused the spatter?
it would be consistent with being from the same event,
Could it also be a second event?
potentially.
And Exhibit 103, if you could clear it. This is what we're looking at here, right?
Yes.
Well, what about these heavier ones, heavier drops in there? What is that about?
There could be, this large one could be part of the passive drops that are down in the bottom of the sink. They can also just be larger blood stains that just drips together.
And if we take a look at exhibit number 101, are we then looking at this spatter? And again, my question is, how come some are dripping and some aren't?
Because when blood is acted upon with force, that not all, the blood droplets don't all break into the same size. And so some are going to be larger. And so some, when they hit that, have more of a weight or a volume, and therefore they drip down from the gravity. Because they're a larger
I
stain.
will cover
What,
your trial
Can cause
grace
this kind of spatter pattern?
and comedy.
A mechanism
these
that might have
Sure.
done that. I earlier discussed the expirated, which was somebody maybe coughing or sneezing if they have blood in their airways, or from a wound, air forcing that out. The head is a very vascular area, and I don't know if you've ever nicked yourself shaving, then you know that those can bleed quite a bit. And a wound or a laceration to the head could cause the misting and the patterns that we see here, the side staining that we see here.
And what else? Anything else?
Gunshot wounds can produce that type of misting effect as well.
You're talking about the lawsuit against
Do you,
this
when
book?
you are examining these kinds of things, do you just look at it, the pattern, without reference to anything else that's at the scene? Or do you also look at what may be around these patterns to provide guidance to you as to what, in your opinion, could be causing these patterns?
When we are at the scene, we are making observations of what those patterns are. What do they look like? What are their sizes? And then we use other information such as investigators' information, the medical examiner's information to make determinations on what potential mechanisms created those stains.
Do you also look at the area around it?
Yes.
Potentially to see if there's anything else there. So for example, in this case, exhibit number 114 shows us what? What are we looking at there?
There is a casing laying in a blood stain.
Well, tell me a little bit about this casing and how it was placed there based on your knowledge of blood spatter blood spatter training.
The blood stain was there and the casing came and landed upon that.
I'm gonna have to look
If
that
the
up.
casing falls into the blood, what does it tell you about the blood source in terms of sequence as to whether or not the blood source was already bleeding before the gunshot wound?
It would tell us it was already present, so the blood source was already bleeding prior to the gunshot.
So I don't know about the sweet person, but what does it tell you in terms of this? Was the blood source already bleeding at the time that this casing somehow found its way into that blood?
Yes.
What?
Approach.
See.
With regard to that
Oh.
casing, in terms of when it was placed,
His
was it
sister's
placed
in this courthouse.
in relation to the blood? When was
That's
that
just
casing
heartbreaking.
placed there in relation to the blood?
After the blood was deposited there.
So the blood source was already bleeding.
Yes.
So based on that, and based on, you indicated that you read the medical examiner's report?
Yes, I
correct?
did.
And having read the medical examiner's report, having taken a look at that, what is your opinion then as to the source in exhibit number 101, or the mechanism as to how that pattern there was formed?
Then I would say that it would be either the expirated, the coughing, or a laceration to the head, one of those mechanisms,
But not the gunshot.
not the gunshot.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 116. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes, this is the linen closet to the north of the sink area.
And exhibit 117, what are we looking at there?
It's an accumulation of blood at the edge of the linen closet.
We keep talking about accumulation of blood. As it applies to this particular accumulation, is that an accumulation that took some time, or is that something that's immediate?
I don't know how much blood is there. It looks like a large amount. It would be a product of time of the blood source being in one position for a little while, but I don't know how long.
And how was it formed? Do you know whether or not it's a product of gravity or perhaps the source laying down?
I do not know.
It could be any of those,
It
right?
could be those.
The fact that there is blood, for example, in different areas, does that tell you anything about
she,
what
dragged
the
him down
blood
the
source
hallway.
may have been doing?
Moving.
Do you have any idea, because of the blood being different places, do you have any idea how fast or how slow the blood source may have been moving? Or is that not something you just can't talk about?
Something I just couldn't say.
We then take a look at exhibit 115. In terms of the item that we just looked at, what are we seeing here?
I'm looking for a better
Well,
light.
then let's take a look at 118. Is this a better one?
It is. There's a box within that linen closet that shows, as you can see these demarcations, that water didn't make the.
Why don't you clear that up a little bit, start all over? I think you ran your finger.
Too much.
I wish I could do a John Madden
The
impression.
markings. There we go. Right in that area. Show that bloody water has wicked up into the box.
And in this case, how can that be accomplished? How can we get this pattern that's on the box accomplished? How does that happen?
There would be water coming into the water. These other stains, this stain here has the diluted appearance on the edge. It's a lighter shade of red. You can see the diluted shades of, I don't know if I'm marking everywhere, the diluted shades of blood, and that simply travels up the box in a wicking motion, in a wicking action.
The fact that it looks like it's all the way around the box, does that speak to the volume of blood that was around this area? Or is it, you can have just a little bit of blood and then it sort of mushrooms out if you apply water to it?
829
I couldn't quite comment on
members.
the volume of blood, other than you can still see the demarcation lines are very red. So it seems like it's not just a drop of blood in water.
Okay. We've seen this.
Yeah, I picked a
item
real
there.
bad
Now,
time
if
to
we
do that
look a
command.
little
I'm
further on
sorry,
down,
everybody.
Exhibit 125. We
I'm
see another
so
one of
sorry.
those. Do you see that?
That was a bad
Yes.
choice. I
What can you
deeply
tell us
regret that
about the
choice.
fact that there's these very much larger circular areas of blood? What does that say about the source? Or can you tell us anything about what the source was doing?
Well, the source,
Yeah, I know. It
like
was
I
bad.
addressed
It
earlier,
was a bad
that
call.
it could either be the action of the blood source being in one
Please forgive
position
me.
there for a while, bleeding that accumulation, that little pool, or there could be some process of this with the water contact, it pooling in one area, but I'm not certain about that.
Okay. Exhibit 120. Are you familiar with item number 6?
I'm going to feel bad about that for
photograph?
like 48 hours and then probably still after that.
No.
Are you familiar with having done screening on a hair follicle?
I did screening on a hair. I was not
Why don't you take,
certain that it was number 6.
do you know whether or not the hair was at the number 6 location or not?
I would only be able to know a property ID number referencing my report, but I don't know
Why don't you
that
go
off
ahead
the
and
top.
do that, all right? 321, take a look at it. After you found what you were looking for, let me know, but don't read it out loud.
I found the property ID number for the one.
All right, go ahead and put the report back and tell me, did you do any work with regard to this number 6?
I know the property ID number.
Oh, I see. You need the property ID
I
number?
know that, can I look into my notes as well?
Sure, please,
Let me
go
see
ahead.
if that helps. If that was number 6LB, that's what I had it referenced as, 6LB.
All right, and what is 6LB?
Was a possible hair.
And what did you do with that possible hair back at the lab?
Back at the lab, I did my preliminary Kastle-Meyer test. Didn't get indications of blood, but on the end that appeared to possibly have a root or had white material consistent with being a root. I processed that and sent it forward for DNA analysis.
Why did you focus on the root as opposed to the hair itself?
Because that's where we can get our DNA. That's where
Is that where
our
the DNA
process-
resides?
Yes, for the way that we process DNA, yes.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 126. And for reference, you see this door trim there? You see that?
Is that the closet?
Well, why don't you take a look at it? And you take a look at it.
I love the Rat Pack. And Dean. Dean and Jerry movies are my
If
favorite.
that is
Some of them.
the linen closet, that's what I'm just trying to orient myself.
All right. So where would this be then? If this were,
If that is the edge of the linen closet, then this is the west wall of the master bathroom hallway.
my question is, why is this area here much lighter than the other stains that we've been looking at?
Due to the contact with water. That water has spread over this area and has not affected the other areas as much.
See this area right here?
Yes,
What is that?
that would be a transfer stain, as we talked about earlier, a blood-bearing source coming into contact with another source, with another surface.
And so it's sort of a sliding kind of process there?
It is linear, so it could be sliding that way, correct?
Then exhibit number 127. Do you see that there?
Yes,
And what is this? What's going on here?
it appears to be the same. It's a transfer, again, a transfer pattern.
But why is it up here that it's just linear and down here we have it coming down? Do you see that?
There's more volume for one reason, for whatever reason, the contact with the blood source was more, there's more of a volume that caused it to drip down.
Exhibit number 129. See the door up here?
Yes,
And so which wall is this one right here?
that is the west wall.
As we look at this, part of the reason I want to talk about this is, what is this over here first?
That is the saturation stain on the carpet.
So that is carpet then, right?
Yes, that's carpet.
We see this right here. You see that little circle there, kind of half circle thing there? You see that?
I see the carpet.
And then this area here is relatively clean. And then you follow this around and all the way back. It also appears to be relatively clean until you see this spot here and this other spot here that we've talked about previously. How is it, or what does that tell you in terms of the depositing of blood when you have a situation like this, and then you take a look at the left right there?
Or we can see that
January
water has come
6th,
into contact. It could be that
3rd,
water has gone through the
until
entire middle.
May. It's like early
But if
January to
water's
early
gone through
May.
the middle, what's going on over here? And it seems to
Jodi
be
was on
in
the
a
stand for 18
round circle
days.
down here. Can you tell me how that happens?
Maybe there was something there that prevented it from that area being bloody.
Would it also be consistent with, for example, a cleaning utensil of some sort going on?
It
or-
could be. They're not really in a pattern for me to determine this was where an impact occurred, this is where something else occurred. They're just a bunch of blood stains and some accumulations and the dilute factor. So I couldn't really talk about a specific incident each down that hall.
But could you tell me whether or not the source at least was in these areas to
Yes.
deposit that blood?
Yes,
And at the same time, was the source at least depositing blood on the left side of it?
yes.
Now let's take a look at exhibit 132. Is this the carpet?
Yes, it is.
If that's the carpet, what wall is this?
That's the east wall.
And again, we see this up here. Do you see right above the switch there? Or not
Yes.
switch, but the electrical outlet? And then this right here.
Right.
What could create that sort of circular half moon kind of pattern on the wall?
It's a swipe.
Any sort of the transfer, it's a transfer type stain, so anything that would be blood bearing coming into contact with it, or the blood being on the wall and something coming into contact with it and moving it along.
Then if we take a look at the area to the right of the switch in exhibit 133, we see that circular pattern also, right?
Correct.
And so, and why is it coming down right to the right of that switch? What does that say?
It'd just be a matter of the volume that contacted it right there.
This area here of the blood pattern going through there, does that speak to the height of the action of whether the source had blood or whether there was blood there? Is that what it speaks to, the height?
The height that the transfer occurred at, yes.
And then underneath it is what we have here.
Right.
Would it be consistent with the source being this high and then bleeding down? And these be a result of gravity?
Those could be from gravity. Because of the water, it makes them very difficult to determine them from a specific event, but they were clearly deposited there.
Why does the water make it difficult to do that?
Because it washes away the edges of any of the blood stains and makes them not regularly shaped, which is what we look for in identifying patterns.
Down here, you see this area here?
Yes,
Now, that area was cut out and we've taken a look at it. Have you actually taken a look at the rug yourself? The cutout?
I did see it when somebody else had it out. Yes,
And so you did see it.
I did see it.
And with regard to this particular stain, this is
According to
exhibit
one of
number
the
131.
witnesses, she had a six-pack So
What can you
I'm
tell us
guessing
about
she
it?
was gymming it.
But that is a large saturation stain, which means that it's a large pool, an accumulation of blood or a blood pool that's gone into an absorbent material, i.e. the carpet.
So can you tell us anything about whether or not the source was standing, kneeling, or whether or not the,
I couldn't define the position other than it was over that area.
what about right here? Do you see this one sort of seems, for lack of a better term, more pristine, whereas this one up here seems to be rubbed? Do you see that?
Yes,
What could cause that?
it could be any sort of contact with that stain.
Somebody walking through it could do that?
Absolutely.
Were you able to determine whether or not there had been any water applied to this area?
Not when we saw this side, but when we saw the underside, we did.
Okay, I'm asking about what you saw. Okay, so
Okay.
when you saw, did you see the underside?
I did see the
Okay.
underside.
On the underside, how is it that you were able to see whether or not water had been applied? How are you sure that you did see that?
Because there was, the same way that looking down the hall, there was the dilute blood stains, you could see the light shade of red covering areas of the tile. It was very much diffused around this, under this carpet, under this stain, kind of the same coloration maybe as the box that was in the linen closet. So a lighter shade of red, implying it had been diluted and it had flowed down in that area.
And you were talking about, to take a look at Exhibit 115, you're talking about this box down here at the bottom.
Yes.
So the water that had
Where'd
been
you go?
applied, were you able to tell if the water had come through the top or if it had
Where'd
just
you
been
go?
in this direction? In other words, was the top wet or was it just the bottom? Or speak to me about the moisture on that.
Well, when we were at the scene, I don't recall it being wet, but looking at it from underneath, it had at least seeped
Yeah, that's not gonna
through
work.
from the edge of the tile on, but I don't know how
Okay.
the mechanism for carpet.
Well, let me show you Exhibit number 128. We see that same stain there on
Yes.
the left side. Then we look over here on the right. Do you see that on the right?
Yes.
What is going on with that?
It appears to be a lot of transfers, and part of that could be from either stains that have been disrupted by walking over them. It could be a product of the diffused, the diluted blood flowing under and then it being walked on and coming up to the surface.
So
I
it could
can't
be,
make an absolute determination.
it could be, I think you used the word, did you use trampling?
I said transfer, but the stepping could be, if there had been nice looking stains there, walking over it could have disrupted that and created this.
Does this imply a lot of walking or a little bit of walking?
Well, it's not a pristine looking area, so it would imply a lot of movement of some sort. Or
Could it also be-
contact of some sort.
Could it also be that, do you see that it sort of seems to end here?
Yes.
Did you see any that went this way? This walking motion that, or if it was walking this way?
I mean, beyond this?
Yes,
Beyond
beyond
this,
this.
I never saw any blood beyond this area in the
So
bedroom.
this is the only area that you saw this staining of blood, right?
Correct.
Did you see any blood throughout the master bedroom anywhere other than right here in this area?
Just right here, and then I think there was maybe one stain or so right outside the closet here. Right over
Where?
here.
Show me where.
Right here. I just wrote on top of it.
Okay, so was it a large stain or a
No,
small?
just a couple drops maybe.
A couple drops there? But did you see any near the bed, anywhere
No.
else?
No, I did not.
How about near the area where the bathroom goes into the closet? Did you see any blood staining there at all?
In the closet? No,
On the carpet at all?
no.
So with regard to this staining here, would it be consistent with, and if you know, you don't know, somebody sort of walking on this, for whatever reason they're walking on this particular area and not going into the bedroom,
Yes,
but perhaps going the other way?
perhaps, yes.
Let's see, look at exhibit number 78. You see that?
Yes, I did.
And was there any staining?
Hey, look who's here.
Hi.
Ha
Look how
ha!
sweaty I am.
Look, Brandi
Oh my
poured
God.
it in. No, you were at a concert chilling. Hold on, let me get this back up.
chilling. I
Get this
wouldn't.
back
I
up.
wouldn't.
We're getting there.
Oh, we only need 4 more. That's so cool.
Listen, we're taking a pause. If you haven't subbed, please sub. Ba-ba-da!
Yes, so close, y'all. I have been singing and dancing, and guess what? Oh dang! I have a surprise for y'all. I'll have it for you on Sunday. I took. I got a picture of some hot cops while we were there. Oh, I'm exhausted. I did. There were 3 of them, and I was like, "Hey, y'all!" I was like, "I'm leading up this cult, and we're gathering 144,000." And you know what? My cult loves my cult loves hot cops. Can I take a picture of y'all? They almost arrested me, but they let me take a picture, so it was great.
Hey!
Yay! Oh, look, now we only need 3 more.
Ah.
Yay!
Oh,
Yeah, I
so
still have
close.
my armband on. Oh, I'm exhausted.
But who did you go see?
Oh, hey, we only need 2 more. We only need 2 more.
Who'd you go see?
Well, it's like a 4-day festival. So tonight it was Justin Moore and Miranda Lambert. Tomorrow it's
Okay.
Chase Rice and Kenny Chesney and Hardy was last night. Who else is tomorrow? Bailey Zimmerman. And then Sunday is Kane Brown. And I can't remember, y'all. There's a bunch.
One more.
There's a bunch.
One more. One more.
One more.
Just one more.
One more, and then I'm going to bed. One more.
Yep.
One more.
Ba-ba-da.
Yay! Yay! Yeah! Look, icing on the cake. Woo! Oh, yay!
Yay. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, look at there!
Let's
Oh,
see.
yay.
Do I have? Oh, here we go. Here we go. The 7K sub dance. I hope everybody's out and dancing with us. Thanks,
Look,
everybody.
Look, it's good. People are unsubscribing because they're like, "Oh, I didn't know y'all were dancing. I didn't know we were going to do all that." That's great. Oh my gosh.
Oh, thanks, everybody. It was
Yay,
funny
thank
because as
you.
we were getting closer and closer, everybody, all the mods are in our chat going, FaceTime Brandi. No, I agree. I am only better in a
You see that?
mascot suit. For sure.
I got moves. He can do the
Yeah.
splits though, and I don't think at my age at this point I can do the splits. He can do the splits. Y'all, I came so close to trying to FaceTime in so that y'all could see the hot cops, and I was like, this is super inappropriate. So, and I really wanted to see the rest of the show before I got kicked out. So, I didn't, but I did get pictures.
I think it would have worked.
So I think so.
Oh,
If
we
they're
can't
there,
wait to
if
see
they're
them
there
pictures.
again tomorrow, yeah, if they're there Sunday while y'all are doing WTF, then maybe I'll try to do it. Yeah.
I'm a wizard minesweeper. I could play for days.
Oh Lord, yes, super inappropriate. Super inappropriate.
And you spelled it with
Yay.
the C and the E. Woo!
Kool-Aid for everyone. Woohoo. Yeah,
I can
Laura, we
break
need that.
dance and ball dance. Those are all questionable. But yes. Oh, cork time.
Oh, and look, I just happen to have some here. Because I can't drink
That is dedication.
a whole bottle of wine anymore for every single one. Oh, goodness. Yay.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is awesome.
Brandi, they're not wrong. The one trial daddy that we had possibly, I ended up looking up to find a picture and I ended up finding a story, ended up finding a story that he was involved in a possible dog mauling. And I was like, well, I just ruined it for everybody.
This isn't the bearded hot cop, is it? From
No.
the
This was the
daytime?
guy that I showed you
Okay.
that you were like, eh.
Okay. I don't even
Oh,
remember.
that's not the first cork. See, now whenever somebody tells me to put a cork in it, I'm going to say yes.
Yay.
Yay!
What's today, June 2nd.
Yes. Brandi does write on the cork. We started this, I don't know, impulsively-ish, but Brandi also has a jar, which
Yeah.
she can tell you a little more about.
I started it when I moved here. I went when I went through cancer, I was like, it just makes you cherish your special moments. Look, I'm sitting here talking about my cherishing special moments,
right.
and it's
Listen.
like burning loins, groins, and trial daddies. I love that. I love
Polly, that's got to go.
show.
That needs to go on a notebook. Loins, groins, and trial daddies.
Oh, that's awesome. So funny. So I started, I kind of was like, you know what, like the special moments mean so much. I want to start remembering them. So when I moved here, I use this jar, and anytime like somebody comes to visit or something special happens, I will like pop a bottle of, not pop a bottle. That I make it sound like I'm a rapper in a club, but no, I would like, open a bottle of wine and like celebrate. So like when my friends come, we'll open a bottle of wine and, hang out here, when they come visit and stuff. So it was for special occasions and visitors and stuff like that. So I started doing it because it was our first, when we, had our first night, and it was insane. And we started hitting milestones. So now I've added all of our milestones to it. So I'm going to put this one in the jar. That's really cool too, that I got to be here for the 7,000 as it turned to 7,000.
Yes.
It's really cool.
Polly said that her boyfriend's proud of himself. He's waiting he's at $69.99 and wait. All I can say is take her grocery shopping. She'll know what I mean.
There you go. Y'all, I'm exhausted. I am so tired. So I'm going to lay down. I am going to lurk, but I will probably be asleep within 4 or 5 minutes. So I'm going to put this in. My life is, life is fine. I am living life virtually after my cancer. So I love her. I love to you too. Look, post-cancer stuff is no joke. It is, you can never have any kind of understanding until you go through it. It's a whole new normal. I saw this too. This was funny. Bottle of wine pops a $7,000 bottle of Cristal. Mine's more like $7 bottles of wine. So I am a cheap date. But happy 7,000, y'all. Thank you so much. I love y'all so much and all the support.
They asked me to play my white and nerdy rap for them.
Why does that make
earlier?
So much sense that you would have that?
Yeah. I also have Suddenly Seymour as well recorded.
Suddenly
but that one might be a little more. That. For sure. While we're at it, before you go, Captain is a member for a month and says congratulations. Thank you very much. And then Candace gifted 5 memberships to K Blue, Fur Baby's mom. I love that. Knitting Addict, Kenneth White, Jessica. Is that MCCAA? Yes. Well, welcome, and thank you, Candace, for that. I really appreciate it. We really appreciate it. Yay! I've got people saying, show the video of your dancing. And yes, Brandi missed it and want to download that rap.
Oh, I'll rewind.
Well, it was the first verse. So, Brandi, you're being asked, what can we expect on Monday?
Well, court starts at 10 and Eastern time, and we can expect to see Miss Linda on the stand, and then probably Travis. There's one other that they may call. It's looking like right now like it might just be Miss Linda and then Travis, and then closing arguments will. Miss Linda will probably take half a day. us will probably take at least half a day, and then closing arguments will probably be Tuesday, I would think. So, it is good to smile after today's court. It's funny too because I got
That's
to
why
the
I like
concert.
Night Court.
Oh, I know. This is the fun one. I mean, not that the days, we do have fun during the day, but man, it's just, it's hard to sometimes the things that we watch are difficult. And sometimes it's just really like today I had a triggering moment. The victim blaming just sent me, I'm surprised I did not break my headphones. I threw them twice actually. I purposely muted myself so I could scream at the TV. It was bad. I got to the concert and I was telling my friends, like, everybody's talking about normal things. And I'm like, yeah. And this one MFer, he murdered this, all my stuff is about murder and trials and stuff. And they're like, maybe you should have normal hobbies too.
No.
No. Who has time for normal?
I've done it for 5
hobbies?
years.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Well, goodness gracious.
Enough.
Well, thanks for joining.
Okay,
I'm glad
enough.
you got to be here for that.
Me too. That was awesome timing. So, all right. I love you, Colties. I will see y'all. I might try to pop in on Sunday if I can.
Yeah.
Depending on how I can arrange that or if I can get in a spot that I can do it. But I love y'all, Colties, so much, and I will see y'all later. Bye.
Bye. She's the best. Look, she didn't take the whole portal with her like I did the other day. All right, we're going to keep it on.
Here, is there any blood staining at all? That's the closet, right?
That's the closet. No.
There's like 12 minutes
And
left
then we
of
have
this witness.
something right here in the corner there. Do you see that?
Yes.
But we're probably going to push on.
We then go to exhibit number
Friday.
121. That's the area, right?
Correct.
Well, describe for me what's going on. What's the action?
Another transfer pattern, the contact between a blood-bearing source and another surface in a linear fashion.
As they're going by.
Yes.
Right. Did that extend in this direction in any way at all?
No.
She deserves
We know
it.
where we're headed. Exhibit 78. You see the number 2 there?
Yes.
Exhibit number 79 shows us that corner there, right?
Yes.
And right there is what at that turn?
That transfer again.
And exhibit 81 shows us, first of all, what is this part right here?
It appears it could be a transfer
No,
again.
I mean, what does it lead to? This
It leads to, it's the lip of the shower.
And is that where the body was?
Yes, it was.
And so we then see this right here, this reddish substance. Again, what does that mean in terms of arriving there at that place?
That something, a bloodstained source came into contact with it.
And is it the transfer pattern that you talked about?
Consistent with the transfer, yes.
And is this a swipe or not? I mean, we've used that term also.
I would not be able to make a determination if the blood was there first and got wiped through, or if the thing that made the contact with the shower was
It's
blood.
from
All right.
it's blood going from one thing to another. It's a
If
transfer.
we then go back
It
to
can be transferred in different ways.
exhibit 121, I'm going to focus in on this area here. Do you see that right there?
I do.
What is that?
It's called a pattern transfer, where you can actually identify a pattern within a transfer stain.
And the pattern that you have there, is that consistent with a barefoot? Is that consistent with socks, or is that consistent with shoes?
It's consistent with a shoe.
Oh.
So it's not consistent with a barefoot,
I see
Correct.
it
and
right
it's not
there.
consistent with a sock.
Correct.
So if we look at exhibit 122,
Huh.
that's what we're looking
So
at,
we're-
right?
Yes.
The shoes.
And what's the direction of this particular stain? If we
It
then, let me give you exhibit 249. And I'll bring it in closer. It was right in this area, correct?
I think I just saw, can you lower it down a little bit? I think I saw where it says shoe tread right on the lip there, shoe impression. Somebody
Okay.
sent their drawing.
What was the direction of that print?
It was,
All right. And that's the
And then they
direction
brought in
of
a piece
this
of wall and some
footprint
carpet.
that we have
I don't
here.
know
If you
about
could
the
clear it
floor.
out for me.
yeah, sorry.
He was in the shower. I don't
Exhibit
know if he was wearing a
162.
shoe.
See this right here?
Yes, I do.
Is that a shoe
Good
or
night,
is that a
Wiggle.
sock?
Appears to be a sock.
Would this sock make in Exhibit 122 this pattern?
No, it would not.
Go back to this photograph, exhibit number 162. See that down there? What is that?
A foot.
Does that foot have a sock on there?
Doesn't appear to.
Does it have a shoe on there?
No, it does not.
Could that foot have made that pattern that we see there?
No, it could not.
What does it mean when this pattern is in what, blood, right?
Correct.
What does it mean in terms of the individual who wore this shoe, in terms of the sequencing and how this blood could have arrived there?
That they were walking through the bathroom after blood was shed.
And after they were wearing shoes?
And after they were, yes, correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
I have nothing.
Ms. Perry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to begin, before we get into some of
I
the
don't
other
know,
things
modeling
we
is the word,
talked
but I know
about.
you're being sarcastic too.
Talked about being at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a few moments ago, I think recently enough, I won't show you the picture again. The state showed you a bit of blood that was on the lip of the shower,
Correct.
or the base of the shower, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Neither of them wanted to be there with her.
In
She
the
didn't
shower
want them.
stall, the walls,
judge
everything that
denied the
encased it, was there any blood found there?
On the floor only.
Okay, on the floor, only, not on the walls?
No,
Okay. And no traces of blood on any of the walls, correct?
no.
Testing, okay. Now, I just want to go back to Exhibit 249. I believe this will demonstrate things a little better
Yeah,
than
she took 'em back.
photos. A few moments ago, Mr. Martinez showed you the pool of blood that is denoted that was in the carpet that's denoted by this area. Do you recall seeing that?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you some questions about if there was any blood any farther inside the room than that point where the blood ended in the pool.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned a few drops that were over towards the closet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you said there was no blood in the closet.
No blood in the closet.
And it seemed to me what the implication here was in terms of what you were saying is that someone could not have walked through the blood-covered carpet into the closet without bringing some trace of blood with them. Is that accurate?
It seems like a logical explanation,
Okay.
yes.
So, and ultimately what we're really saying, whether it's into the closet or not, no one would have walked through that pool of blood once it was deposited. Is that accurate?
Nobody would have walked
Through it because we would have seen signs of transfer, at least towards the room, I should say.
towards the bedroom. I didn't see anything beyond that one little area. Whether somebody would walk through, I don't know.
Right, and if I was unclear, I
sorry.
apologize. But no, you wouldn't see, there's no evidence of somebody having walked through after that blood was deposited.
Correct.
Is that correct? That's all I have, thank you.
Any redirect?
With regard to somebody either walking through that area into the bedroom, where have we looked at that has all of the blood in it?
All the blood is in the,
Good question.
the blood is in the master bathroom and that area of the carpet.
And in the master bathroom, is there something called water?
Yes,
Was water used in this case as part of an attempt by whoever it was to sort of change the patterns there?
Objections, be on the slope cross.
Overruled.
Ooh.
can you, no, after that pause, can you restate the question? Sorry.
Could you read it back to her?
Was water used in this case as part of an attempt by whoever it was to sort
he
of
gets to say
change the matter?
something.
I would say
I
water
like this
did
voice.
change the matter. As to the motivation, I wouldn't want to speculate on that, but water did alter what I saw.
And that water that was used in there, could that water also be used, for example, to wash, I don't know, hands? Could they also be done to do that?
Yes,
Could it also be done to, for example, clean feet? Could it be done to do that?
yes,
And water, do you know what a towel is?
yes.
Could a towel then, after water was used, could that be used to wipe up feet and hands and that sort of thing?
Way beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you saw anything or any other blood, if you will, Exhibit 249, in this area here, right?
Correct.
With regard to the properties of blood, is it difficult for water to clean them off the body, for example, the hands?
To wash blood off the hands?
Right.
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Looks like we have a few questions from the jury. Are there any other questions?
Dean!
Counsel, please approach.
Dean! Oh, there's 2 more minutes.
All right, the jurors have some questions for you. Is it possible
question
for the
basket.
shower to have been completely cleaned of blood on the walls and door with water?
It would wash away the appearance of it. So you wouldn't necessarily be able to see anything if you washed that, put enough water on it.
Would there have been some trace even if washed?
If we had done testing, we might have been able to prove that, yes.
Is there a way to measure the volume of blood in the rooms? And if so, where most of the blood was located?
As far as measuring a quantity of blood, it's really, I would say, more of a medical professional's opinion to be able to offer that. I could just say that it was an accumulation and there seemed to be quite a substantial amount of it, but I couldn't offer an opinion of how many milliliters it was.
Any other questions from the jury? Follow-up from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nurmi?
Did I hear you correctly? You didn't test anything else in the shower?
In the shower, I did not do any testing in the shower.
You mean Mesa Police Department?
Well, that I personally didn't conduct any testing. I don't know about other units.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Calls Detective Flores.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, what a dealio, huh? Boy, I should probably do that first. So they're recalling Flores. Bringing him back on. We're going to keep moving. Let's see. Jury question basket emoji. Could I do that? Oh, you bet I could. All right, Dean. So for those of you who don't know Dean's been with us for quite some time. And Dean, if you didn't see, Dean, look what I have now. Look what I got. In addition, I also have a storm right there. I'm just showing off for Dean now. Dean's been with us for quite some time now, probably since the beginning, and he just had a baby, and she's adorable. And then on top of that, he also his partner was in labor. They were having a baby, and he was buying a new ranch. And just so much happening all at the same time. Anyways, yes. Good night, Molly. Don't go. But he's been doing a lot. Been busy. Can we do that? Yeah, I think we could do that. We'll find a way. We'll get her done. Get her done as soon as we put it up on the site. But yeah, for sure. Oh, I gotta. My brain. It's so many. That's all I got. I got sleep. There's sleeping children around. All is great. No sleep. Well, then you're in the right place, Dean. In the right place. But no, Dean is a class act, and we love him. And all right, we're gonna keep going.
Detective Morris, do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Your name, sir?
Detective Esteban Flores.
And yesterday we were talking about the statement that you had with or the telephonic conversation that you had with the defendant on June 25th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, did you and she discuss her knowledge of the PIN numbers used by Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And does Exhibit 295, clip number 23, include that portion of the conversation?
Yes.
Move to the admission of Exhibit 295.
May we approach?
You may. 295 is admitted.
Never give you his voicemail from his phone?
No.
Did you ever obtain it at any time?
I didn't have it, but he had one PIN number that he always used, and that was 1220. I don't know if that was his voicemail PIN number too. Oh, and he had a garage PIN that I have too, which is different. His 1220 was his PIN for his ATM, because there were many times when he gave his card to go get money.
Do you think he had his phone as well?
It's possible. I don't know what kind of, mine's not password protected. Oh, mine is password protected. Mine, before it wasn't. So so the one for his ATM was Joseph Smith's birthday, so that's how I always remember that. And then he gave me the garage PIN number, which was 0187. And I think that was Chris Hughes' birthday.
Oh.
Maybe. Oh.
Sir, as part of this investigation, were the police able to learn whether or not there were any roommates that Mr. Alexander had?
Yes, he had 2 roommates at the time.
And with regard to those 2 roommates, what are their names?
I cannot remember their names top of my head right now.
Do you know Zachary Billings? Do you know
Yes, Zachary Billings.
And Enrique was the other one.
Yes.
With regard to those 2 individuals, did the police investigate their whereabouts at the time that this crime occurred?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to establish where they were at the time that this crime occurred?
Yes.
And were they associated in any way with this crime pursuant to your investigation?
They were not.
So did you have occasion to view the Inside Edition interview that the defendant gave in September of 2008? Were you able to view that?
Yes, I was.
With regard to that, were you able to listen as she discussed the issue of whether or not she had killed Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And also whether or not any jury would convict her?
Yes.
Are those 2 excerpts, exhibits number 247 and 248?
Yes, they were.
I move for the admission of exhibits 247 and 248.
May we approach?
You may. Exhibits 247 and 248 are admitted.
This is exhibit 247.
I understand that everything, all of the evidence against me right now is very compelling.
What really happened in there?
In a nutshell, 2 people took Travis's life, 2 monsters.
You did not shoot Travis.
Ninjas.
No, I've never even shot a real gun.
You did not stab him 27 times.
That's heinous.
Or
I've never.
slit his throat from ear to ear.
I can't imagine slitting anyone's throat.
All right, quickly. A lot of people seem to think that when people look away, they're lying. The reality is very much the opposite. A lot of times looking away and down is thinking of an answer and trying to think about stuff. Looking straight at somebody, especially from a narcissist like this, as far as I understand, typically what they're doing is they're trying to make sure you bought it. So they're going to look at you a lot, like a lot. She did not break eye contact with him for any of those questions, not even in the middle of them. So that's my understanding.
So let's take a look at exhibit number 248.
No jury is going to convict me
Why not?
because I'm innocent. And you can mark my words on that one. No jury will convict me.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Hello again, Detective.
Hello.
Few days back, I guess it was yesterday, we heard some excerpts of a call you had with Miss Arias, I believe, on the 25th of June. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
okay. And I think we heard you say that entire conversation was about an hour and 45 minutes, the one we heard excerpts from.
Yeah, it was over an hour.
Okay. And during that phone conversation, you talked to her about how prior to her move, remember there was discussion about her move in April of 2008.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And during that discussion, you talked about how she talked about how she lived with Mr. Alexander for 4 or 5 days. Do you recall that?
You're not wrong.
Okay. Was that anything you discussed with Mr. Alexander's roommates? Do you have any knowledge if they knew about that or not?
No, I did not ask them about that.
Okay. And during that same line of questioning, I guess, when she talked about moving back home to Wairika, there was some discussion about phone calls or phone contacts she had with Mr. Alexander subsequent to moving back to Wairika. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do the phone records bear that out? The phone records you obtained bear that out, that the two were conversing after she returned in April?
I would have to look at the phone records to be absolutely positive.
Okay.
I know they had constant contact back and forth with each other.
Okay. And there wasn't a point in time where that ceased for a long period of time, it would seem, right?
No.
Okay. So I guess we could assume then that probably took place in April, May of 2008, right? That phone contact.
Could have.
Okay. Now, there was also another case mentioned around the same time period. Miss Arias mentioned that she trashed his car.
Yes.
You recall that? And I just wanted to put it in context because of the excerpts. We were talking about an incident where a U-Haul dolly was involved and the engine exploded. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes, it was an accident.
Okay. Just a minute, Your Honor. I want to talk to you about, well, let's back way up a bit here, because I think you probably told us it's the first time you took the stand, but could you remind us again how long you've worked for the Mesa Police Department?
19 years.
Okay. And how long you've been a detective?
For about, since 2002.
Okay. So I'm guessing way back when, 19 years ago, when you started as a patrol officer, I would assume?
Yes.
Okay. That you went through the academy, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And while you were at the academy, you probably learned the importance of report writing.
Yes.
Correct? And when I say report, we're talking about departmental reports. Sometimes we call them DRs.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And one of the things you probably learned is it's important to be honest and accurate
pretty much
as
looks the
possible
same.
in those police reports because they could be used later on in proceedings such as these, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I suspect, and detective's a promotion, correct?
Not really in my department. It's more just like a lateral move.
Okay.
It's a specialty.
Okay, it's a special unit. But over the course of your career, I suspect you attempted to endeavor in becoming a detective. You expected to endeavor to make the most accurate and honest police report you could. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yes.
It's so funny because he
Have you
questions him
reviewed
just
your
like
police
other defense
report
attorneys will,
recently,
but he does it
Detective?
so nicely.
Within
So
the last
nicely.
few weeks, yes.
Okay. Well, let me maybe get a copy of it for you. Your Honor, if I may approach.
Yes.
Detective, it appears your report has been marked as Exhibit 290. You could do me a favor, and I opened it to page 17 for you. Read all the way, the portion of begins with autopsy and ending at the portion just to yourself. It begins with initial interview with Kristen Scott Hughes. Could you review that for me, please?
Sure. Said beginning with the autopsy?
Yes, I believe that's at the very bottom of page 17. Your discussion of the autopsy goes to the middle of page 18.
Okay.
All right. And based on what we read there, it appears that you attended the autopsy of Mr. Alexander on 6/12 of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just so we're clear as well, I see on your report,
State your question.
Phrasing, sir.
it appears you
Phrasing.
authored your report on August 27th, 2008. Is that correct?
Do you still have an objection? All right, you may answer.
Yes, August 27th.
Okay. And just so we're clear, is that the day you wrote it, or do you is that the date it's finalized? How does that work?
That's the day it was, this section of the report, or this portion of it, was entered into our report management system.
Okay. So prior to writing a report, you take notes, something of that nature?
Yes, yeah,
Okay. And then you get together at a certain point in time and put it together.
yes,
And the final draft, so to speak, is what we're talking about of 8/27/2008.
yes, and it gives it that timestamp of
Okay.
when it was finally entered.
All right. And in that report, you communicate, or it seems like you learned the fact that
Objection, hearsay is the whole from the report, improper impeachment.
Restate your question.
right, and finished
It's
it.
amazing
But,
how good this sound is.
it appears that you
Compared to
came away from that autopsy
morning
with the
trial,
knowledge,
which
or with the
everybody's just like,
belief that Mr. Alexander had been shot first. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you base that on your conversation with Dr. Horn, excuse me.
with my observations through the observation window, and also with a small conversation with the doctor.
Okay. And then do you recall on August 7th of 2009, giving some testimony in court related to this case?
Yes, it's almost a year later.
Yes. And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Detective, this has been marked as Exhibit 260. I'm going to place it before you for now, and you probably don't remember what you said exactly. As you pointed out, it was almost a year later to the police report that you wrote. But you were under oath when you gave this testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you could be so kind, let's see here, as to turn to page 18 of that document. And I'll draw your attention to line 14.
Yes.
And you were asked there if you had spoken to Dr. Horn about this case.
Hearsay.
It's sworn testimony, Judge.
Approach, please.
You were asked
Go to
if
the principal's
you, on
office.
that day, you were asked if you had spoken to Dr. Horn about this case. Is that correct?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Overruled, you may answer that question. Yes.
Yes.
And you recall the answer you gave?
I stated I did.
Okay. And when did that conversation take place?
A day prior to this hearing.
Okay. So your conversation with Dr. Horn then would have took place on August 6, 2009?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in court for his testimony, correct?
I don't recall if I was or not.
Okay. Did you hear him testify to the idea that he didn't talk to you on August 6, 2009?
Objection states Dr. Horn's statement. He said he doesn't remember.
All right, so your testimony was that you spoke to Dr. Horn one day before you gave this testimony.
Are you talking about this testimony here?
Yes. Not testimony today, but testimony here. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And in that testimony, you were asked about the sequencing of injuries according to Dr. Horn. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you were asked about, in terms of sequencing, which came first? Which wound came first, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall what your answer was?
I answered that the gunshot was possibly first.
Okay. And what did you base your answer on?
Well, I'd spoken to Dr. Horn the day before over the phone on a short conversation, knowing that I was having a hearing on this matter. And discussed mainly what kind of pain the victim would have gone through at that time, if the victim had suffered at that time, those kinds of questions.
Okay.
And during that, we kind of discussed some other things, and one of them was very briefly the sequencing.
Okay. Well, you say very briefly, but this would be important if you're giving sworn testimony in court, right?
The sequencing was not that important in this case at that time.
So you felt it wasn't important to give accurate testimony in court in your prior proceedings? Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the most important portion was the whether the victim, Travis Alexander, suffered in this case.
Let me ask you now what's the most important portion. Let's focus on what I asked. What I asked was whether or not it was important to give accurate testimony when you're testifying in a court.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you did testify to the idea that the gunshot wound to the head was first, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went on, you were asked also in that hearing, and you also talked about unconsciousness and that sort of thing. But you also talked about whether or not after incurring the shot to the head, Mr. Alexander could be conscious. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
Okay. And you relayed, do you recall relaying the opinion that Mr. Alexander would be conscious after being suffering the shot to the head?
Yes, but that was my opinion at that time.
That was your opinion, but so you weren't relaying Dr. Horn's opinion, as you said during those transcripts, you're relaying your own?
I would say that was my understanding of what the situation was, but I'm not the doctor. I'm not the ultimate decision maker on that.
So your claim here today is that when you were at this important proceeding in this death penalty case, you were giving your opinion as to what you thought Dr. Horn might think, as opposed to when you were testifying, you told the parties involved there that you'd spoken to him and this is what he believed.
That was my understanding.
They're looking more and more alike.
You also gave opinions about that supported this theory that Mr. Alexander had been shot first, correct?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. I mean, specifically, you talked about that he aspirated blood over the sink, correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
And what does that mean?
Aspirated blood means blood being aspirated through the mouth and through the nose and onto an object such as the sink or the mirror in this case.
Okay. So now you said, it was your misunderstanding of Dr. Horn's testimony and that sort of thing.
She had a lot of defenses.
And you said you weren't sure if you were here in court, but in these court proceedings, is this the first you heard of a different story being told about when the wounds occurred?
No.
It's the Shaggy defense.
You've heard about it before?
Yes, during Dr. Horn's testimony.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about another testimony Dr. Horn gave, but I was here during his testimony the other day.
It wasn't me.
Okay. So during this trial, Dr. Horn's testimony, you were here, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I want to be accurate this time. And you heard him testify then that he hadn't spoken with you the day before the hearing, correct?
Objection to states' testimony. He said he didn't know.
Sustained.
Oh, she looks so.
You heard him also testify that says some of the things that we just talked about not losing consciousness, how that was something that he would never have said. You heard him say that?
Like Soin Scoob.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
But that's what you testified to at the hearing.
Yes.
Okay. And so this change of story is something that you first heard about at trial.
No, it's not the first time I've heard of it.
Okay. When was the first time you heard this story changed?
I don't remember. It might be several months ago or a year ago.
What was the context?
I don't recall exactly, but I know Dr. Horn had gone and given an interview, I guess, with you and defense counsel, and something came out to me informing me of what he stated during the interview.
Okay. Did you make any attempts to correct the mistaken testimony you gave in 2009?
No, because I told the truth and spoke to what I believed at that time.
Shame.
I'm not about to change my testimony.
But also, that's fair.
But it was inaccurate.
It was not inaccurate. It was mistaken.
Mistaken.
And that's my mistake if I mistook his words or misunderstood him. But I am not a doctor, and I'm not about to give testimony on experience of a doctor.
I'm not saying you're a doctor, detective. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying, and we just talked about it, about the importance of giving accurate testimony. And in this hearing, you were asked specifically, if you talked to Dr. Horn, you said yes. You were asked if Dr. Horn had an opinion of the sequencing of the injuries.
He's doing the best he can with the crap that he's got, guys. Truly.
They didn't ask you, what do you think, Detective Flores? What's your medical opinion? They didn't ask you that, did they?
No.
They asked you, what was Dr. Horn's opinion? And that's a pretty simple question, straightforward, right?
That's what he's doing.
Okay. And so what you're telling us today is that you substituted your judgment for his? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, if I gave that testimony, it was a misunderstanding of what Dr. Horn told me.
Okay. So it's inaccurate.
She caught me red-handed sneaking through the doggy door.
Okay. And that's what I asked you a few moments ago. Did you take any steps to correct your inaccurate testimony?
We're not there yet.
And you said, no, it wasn't inaccurate. It was a misunderstanding.
Yes.
I'm confused. Well, is it inaccurate or is it a misunderstanding? Which is it?
Well, it's a misunderstanding of what Dr. Horn told me.
Okay, it's a pretty big one, isn't it?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Okay. Detective, this hearing on August 29th, who is representing the state at that hearing?
29th or August 7th. Is that what you're talking about?
August 7th. I'm sorry if I said another date. I apologize. August 7th, 2009. Who is representing the state?
I believe it was Mr.
Goes to motive and bias.
Overruled. You may answer. You may.
Who is the prosecutor? Who represented the state at that hearing?
Nail it shut.
This is Mr. Martinez.
Okay. And earlier you testified that you said it was misunderstanding or your mistake, your testimony that day was a mistake, right?
No, my testimony wasn't a mistake. The portion of sequencing was a misunderstanding I had with Dr. Horn.
Okay. Well, you were asked some pretty specific questions. You were asked if it was Dr. Horn's opinion that this rendered the victim unconscious, or did he still remain conscious? That's a pretty specific question, right?
Yes.
And you answered, he said it would have possibly rendered the victim unconscious, but definitely could have been conscious, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also said, or you were asked, but in the circumstance based on all the other injuries, it was his opinion that it did not render him unconscious, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say that you misunderstood that, you misunderstood Dr. Horn. That's your testimony here today, right?
In the conversation I had with him prior to that hearing, I had spoken to him regarding the anguish, the amount of pain, the suffering that Travis would have gone through that
I'm
day.
going to object, it's non-responsive in 403.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the question?
I'm asking that you're claiming that what you said in that was a misunderstanding of Dr. Horn's, your conversation with Dr. Horn.
Yes.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yes.
And, we've seen Ms. Arias have interviews on television. You gave one as well, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall who that was for?
I believe it was CBS.
Okay. And from my recollection, you would probably know better than I, but that appeared to be a pretty lengthy interview. Is that correct?
Hour or so, maybe.
Over an hour, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And in that particular occasion, you offered the same theory that Mr. Alexander had been shot first. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you did that on a couple of different occasions. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I believed.
Okay. And so, but this was based on your misunderstanding of Dr. Horn. That's what you're telling us, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you repeated this misunderstanding. You put this misunderstanding first in your police report, right?
Yes.
And second time, under oath and giving sworn testimony, you perpetrated the same misunderstanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then again, you did it while being interviewed on national television. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I believed.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Sir, with regard to the police report that was shown to you, in terms of the sequencing of the shots, take a look at it again and see whether or not anywhere in Exhibit 290, starting with DA 00018, and then going to the previous page, which is 17, whether or not you ever indicate a sequencing of injuries, ever.
Yeah, I like the way that Bob Mata puts it. They're just holding, they're just making sure that their rights are recognized.
No, it does not.
In fact, with regard to that, do you talk about the wounds that the victim received, yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Do you talk about the lacerations and the puncture wounds and the length that they might be?
Yes.
Do you talk about whether or not there was stippling to those wounds?
Yes.
Do you talk about a report as to which injuries may have been fatal or not?
Yes.
Do you also talk about the knife wounds in the back and how far they went in?
Yes, I did.
Do you talk about whether or not those were fatal?
Yes.
Do you talk about whether or not the victim had any defensive wounds to him?
Yes,
Do you talk about whether or not he attempted to protect himself during the attack?
I did.
Do you talk about whether the fatal wounds consistent of stab wounds to the center of the chest. Did you talk about that?
Yes.
Did you talk about what damage that wound caused?
Yes, I did.
And did you talk about whether or not the wound to the throat was fatal?
Yes.
And then you also talked about the manner of death, whatever that may have been, right?
Correct.
Anywhere there, do you talk about any sequencing at all?
There's no sequencing in there at all.
And this was written when? Why don't you tell me again when this was written?
It was written in August of that year.
2008?
Yes.
Why don't you just take a look at it and see what date it was actually written?
It was written and submitted on August 27th of 2008 at 4:29 p.m.
And nowhere do you indicate any sequencing, do you?
No.
Do you ever indicate anywhere here that Dr. Horn said or gave you a sequencing of events
No.
or injuries? I'm sorry. Do you?
No.
With regard to Exhibit 260, that was a hearing in which you testified at, correct?
Yes, it was.
It was under oath, wasn't it?
Yes.
Prior to that hearing, did you speak to Dr. Horn?
Yes, a day prior.
With regard to speaking to Dr. Horn, did you speak to him about any potential suffering by the victim?
That was the main focus.
Make them work for it.
Overruled to that question.
With regard to that particular conversation that you had, and the defense attorney, was it somebody else at that time?
Yes.
And there was
Yes. Yes, it was.
And there was more than one, wasn't there?
Yes.
And with regard to that, you were asked about Dr. Horn. The question was, he did indicate that he was not certain as to which came first, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked as to which injuries the belief was came first. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you remember then that the defense attorneys objected because you didn't know what you were talking about? Do you remember that?
Overruled.
Do you remember them objecting to foundation because you didn't know what you were talking about?
Yes, I do remember that.
Are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not.
But you were allowed to testify anyway, right?
He's pacing.
Yes.
Because of the type of hearing that it was, wasn't it?
Yes.
And was it your understanding, just your understanding, that whether or not hearsay was allowed at that hearing?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
The question was his understanding?
His understanding.
Overruled.
Yes.
And could you tell us what you thought Dr. Horn had said?
I thought Dr. Horn.
Yeah, but you could tell us what you thought Dr. Horn said, right?
Yes.
And you told us what you thought he said, right?
I did.
Were you correct?
No, I was not.
And with regard to the opinion that you gave, prior to giving that opinion, you know who Lisa Perry is, don't you?
Yes.
Who is she?
She works for the Mesa Police Department lab.
And Lisa Perry, did you talk to her before rendering that opinion back in August of, 2009?
Yes.
Did you talk to her?
I talked to her on many occasions, yes.
But did you talk to her in anticipation of that hearing?
Yes.
And did she give you any opinions that you incorporated, yes or no?
Yes, a few.
And still you went ahead with what you thought was your opinion, right?
Yes.
And your opinion was based on conversations with Dr. Horn. Those conversations with Dr. Horn, were they recorded?
No, they were not.
And were they in person or telephonic?
Telephonic.
And the majority of the time, what was the subject area that you were spent talking about?
The suffering of the victim.
Did he ever write anything to you, giving you the sequence of events?
No, he never did.
Did you ever see anything written by him indicating anything of the sequencing of events?
No.
So the bottom line, that information that you gave, whose opinion was it? Was it yours or Dr. Horn's?
It was my opinion.
I don't have anything else.
Can you approach, Your Honor?
You may. Are there any questions from the jury for this witness?
Jury basket.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Your name, please?
Jodi Legg.
And who do you work for?
I work for the City of Mesa Crime Lab.
What do you do there at the crime lab?
I'm a forensic scientist 3. I work in the biology department.
And what do you do there in the biology department?
I specifically analyze evidence for the presence of DNA. Hope to get a DNA profile.
One of the things that we've learned earlier today is that there's a screener that's involved. You know what a screener is, correct?
Yes.
What is a screener? Well, are you the same thing as a screener?
When we say screener, another term for that is serologist.
Right.
And the screener or the serologist is the person that actually looks at the evidence up front and decides what areas to swab or to cut in order to send through to DNA. And so prior to moving on to DNA, you would be trained, all people would be trained as a serologist. And so yes, I am a screener and a DNA analyst.
How does your job differ from that of a screener?
My job as a DNA analyst, I accept the evidence from the screener and then perform DNA analysis on that particular item. I don't necessarily look at each item and decide what area to cut or swab.
What is your educational background, for example, your college background, and then we'll talk a little bit about your training.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from SLU in Louisiana. I have numerous classes in chemistry and biology, postgraduate level, and in-house training and external training.
How long have you been in the position that you're in where you actually conduct DNA testing?
I have been with the City of Mesa since 2004. Prior to that, I have 15 years of experience as a research chemist, not in a forensics field.
And with regard to DNA, I think we sort of know what that is, but what is DNA? First of all, what does it stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's actually the genetic information that is held inside our cells, in the nuclei of the cells. It comes from our mother and father. It's inherited.
And well, my question is this: everyone has this DNA.
Everyone has DNA.
And just by way of illustration only, doesn't everybody have, for example, one hand, two arms, two legs, that sort of thing, two eyes and nose and a mouth, right?
Correct. For the most part, all of us are very much alike. There's only a very small portion of our DNA that is completely unique to us.
So I guess what I'm asking is the type of work that you do, what is it that you do that allows you to, for example, differentiate the biological substance from that of somebody else if most of the DNA is the same?
The specific locations that we look at in forensic DNA analysis are locations that would be specific to an individual.
So those are the ones that, if you look at, they're the ones that differentiate that individuals amongst ourselves. Is that how it works?
Those are the very low percentage of locations that are differentiate.
And if you want to, once you do this process, what does the result look like? Is it a graph that goes up and down? Is it numbers? Is it in writing? Exactly what is it that is the end result of the examination?
You will have a graphic representation and numbers. So you'll have peaks with numbers underneath.
With regard to the peaks and the numbers underneath, are you the one that actually interprets the peaks, or is that just automatically done by a machine?
The instrumentation will provide the graphs for you, then the analyst looks at it and compares it to known graphs and numbers to decide if there's a match or not.
And what area we're looking at chromosomes, right?
Correct.
Certain areas. How many areas of the chromosome do we look at?
16 different locations.
Right. Do you also look at the sex marker, as they call it?
Yes, it's called amylogenin.
I will
Is
be
that
right
included
back.
in the 16 or is that 16 plus one?
The old dogs downstairs.
So you look at the sex marker and then you look at
They're more
16 locations, is that right?
The sex marker
Keep
plus
watching.
15
Enjoy.
others.
I'll be right back.
I see. And if you look at location one, whatever that may be, and you get the results, are the results numerical? Can they be numerical?
They can be numerical.
So when there's do you know what a profile is?
Yes, a profile would be the compilation of the numbers attributed to the peaks.
And so you look at, for example, the 15, do you know what the word loci is?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Locations on the chromosome.
And so you look at these locations and then you get one number, or what is it that you get?
You can get one or two numbers if it's a single individual. Each of us, like I said, we get the DNA from our parents, one from our mother and one from our father. So if your mother and father have the same, you may have one peak, but otherwise you can have two peaks. So single profile, you'll have no more than two. A mixture of more than you would have three or more.
Let's say that the contribution from the mother is a 12. Let's just pick that number.
Okay.
And the contribution from the father is a 12. You still report both locations though, right?
Correct, but you'd only see a single peak.
Right, and it's still the same number, but it's still, you do report the two locations.
That's correct.
So that if you get a full profile at each location has two readings, correct? Two numbers.
Two numbers associated with it.
One associated with mom and one associated with the dad, right?
Correct.
And this profile or these numbers are then compared to the other profiles to see if there's a match, right?
That's correct.
And so what we're talking about is a matching of numbers.
Exactly.
And if, for example, at one of the areas, one of the loci, there is not a match, let's say that instead of a 12 and 12, and everything else matches, you have a 12 and 13, is that a match, sort of a match, or not at all?
It depends on if there's any other information available in the graphical representation.
How about if you get two of them that are not the same? 12 and 12 of one, and the person that you're looking at is a 12 and a 13, and the other place is a 13 and 13, and the result is a 13 and a 14. Do you know what an exclusion is?
If there is no other numbers or peaks present and a known sample is, say, a 12, 13, and then your graphical representation in the numbers was, say, a 13, 14, then it would be a no match. The person would be excluded.
In real life, I mean, obviously we don't get a situation where you could always get one pristine sample of the unknown, and then because people are always touching things and that sort of thing.
Correct.
What's that called? What happens if more than one person touches it, say two people?
You would end up with what's known as a mixture of DNA.
Even though it's a mixture, are you then able to still tell whether or not it's a match to one person, two people? Can you still do that?
Yes, you can.
In this case, how many known samples were submitted to you for comparison? The names, if you will. Do you
I
have
had two samples submitted.
Well, no, not samples, but known. In other words, do you know what a buccal swab is?
Two buccal swabs were submitted.
So only two buccal swabs of known people were submitted?
Correct.
Nobody. Okay. Who were they of?
One was of Jodi Arias and one was of Travis Alexander.
And with regard to Jodi Arias, did you develop this profile?
Yes.
And with regard to Mr. Alexander, did you develop this profile?
Yes.
Did you look at the profiles between the two of them to see if they matched each other?
They did not match each other.
So far, so good, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the crime scene, did you receive a item that was purportedly near a wall, item 77 is what it was, for you to take a look at and submit it and check to see whether or not there was any DNA and whether or not you could develop a profile?
I received a swab from the wall.
All right. And were you able to develop a profile? First of all, was there any biological substances there?
There was biological substance in that a profile was developed.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part of my hearing.
A profile was developed.
Okay, and that profile, tell me about that profile.
It was a mixture of DNA.
And this mixture of DNA, this mixture profile, were you then able to compare it, for example, to Travis Alexander's profile?
Yes.
And when you did that, what were the results?
The mixture turned out to be the major contributor to
Let me stop you there. What do you mean when you say major contributor?
When you have a mixture of DNA, we were talking about earlier that you can have a graphical representation with peaks. You can look at it and see which peaks are larger. You're able to determine who gave more DNA to the profile than another. So a major profile can be picked out.
Right.
That major profile matched Jodi Arias.
Okay.
The remaining, what we would call a minor profile, the lesser contributor, matched Travis Alexander.
All right. So what does it mean that a person's a major contributor in terms of the quantity, I guess, of DNA, since we're talking major and minor?
The quantity are You would assume that the quantity was higher because the peaks are larger for that contribution.
But was there a result at every one of the loci for Travis Alexander? Was there?
No.
So what does that mean that there wasn't a result at all of the loci?
It just means that there was not enough DNA present to develop a full profile.
Was there a full profile, enough DNA from Jodi Arias to have a full, if you will, profile?
No.
And so there was not a full profile for him, not a full profile for her, correct?
That's correct.
But even though that's there, were there any exclusions? In other words, could Jodi Arias be excluded?
No.
Could Mr. Alexander be excluded?
No.
So what is your opinion, I guess? That's.
My opinion is that both of them were present in the profile.
And the biological substance that was submitted, was it blood or do you know?
I don't know.
You just know that it's some
biological material.
How about with regard to the hair? Did you have anything to do with the root of a hair?
There was 2 pieces of hair that were submitted.
Okay.
One of the pieces contained a root, and the second piece was further up on the hair. So a hair, I believe it was a length of hair that was cut with one portion containing a root, and then the next portion was that piece right adjacent to it.
With regard to this hair, do you know whether or not it was item number 6 from the scene?
I don't know. We have property ID numbers that I deal with in the lab that are different than the item numbers at the scene.
Do you have any description on your report that indicates what number they may have been at the scene?
It would have been a 39 something. Can I refer to my report? I can give you the number. It would be item number 392692-A.
But you don't know what item number it was out at the scene then?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Okay. But you did do a hair, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the actual hair part, not the root, were you able to get a result?
Not the root?
Not the root.
Okay, the hair was cut into 2 sections. So the part that did not contain the root, there was a profile developed that matched Travis Alexander. The portion of the hair that did contain the root matched to Jodi Arias.
So explain to me what we have here in terms of the part of the hair that matched Mr. Alexander. What are we talking about there?
There was biological material on top of the hair. With a hair and DNA analysis, you need a root material to do what's known as nuclear DNA. Our DNA is housed in the nucleus of the cells. And so for hair, if I pull my hair out and the root is present on the end of it, I can get a DNA profile from that root material, from that end only. If I go further up into the hair, and just take, a broken off piece that's just the shaft of the hair, there is no nuclei in that section. And so the 2 different sections are cut to say, okay, the root comes from this particular donor of a profile. And the next area of it, I can tell who does the substrate or the substance on top of the hair belong to.
So the substance on top of this hair that you examined, the profile matched who?
Travis Alexander.
How about the root? Who did that match?
The root matched Jodi Arias.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, we have no questions from Ms. Lake.
Any questions from the jury for this witness?
That was probably the only root that was keeping her in reality.
I see no hands.
She
She may
just
step
lost
down.
it.
Thank you.
Look at that. She didn't
Motion
even need
made
anybody.
by defense counsel for a mistrial and also to dismiss
Did they
the
really?
aggravating factors and the death allegation.
Denied.
It's your motion, Mr. Nermi.
Thank you, Your Honor. And to be a little more specific, and I think I made.
I didn't know this happened. This is interesting.
One prior to Detective Flores' testimony here this afternoon, and one directly subsequent to that testimony. We're asking for a mistrial and/or dismissal, the determination of probable cause, because of some of the testimony that came out. But I want to make sure we're clear. The mistrial is based on the idea that the probable cause determination was based on false evidence, and that we need to go back and have another determination of probable cause before the trial can go on.
What?
Now, obviously, some of the things that the court what the court heard from Detective Flores is probably fresh enough in the court's mind. But these motions we make are based on the idea, and most prominently the idea that was surfaced today during Detective Flores' testimony. He was asked a couple times, whose opinion was it related to sequencing?
Is that my eyes?
Whose opinion was it? It was my opinion. And he said that a couple times. Now, if you look at the Cronus transcript, Judge, and over the defense objections, it was pointed out, and there are defense objections to the hearsay admitted in that. Detective Flores and other parts say, yes, I spoke with him. It was his opinion. It was Dr. Horn's opinion. A determination of probable cause would not legitimately be made or could not legitimately be made on, as it was pointed out, his medical opinion because he doesn't have the medical expertise. He said it was based on a misunderstanding. I'm going to direct the court's attention to a couple of cases.
Sir, do not drink a Red Bull before
One
filming.
being Knapp, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the Illinois 360 US 264. It is a 1959 opinion, and it says a conviction obtained through the use of false evidence known to be such by representatives of the state must fail under the 14th Amendment. Okay. We know that Mr. Martinez was the representative from the state in both the Cronus hearing and here now. We know that Detective Flores was a representative of the state in both the Cronus hearing and here now. And we know through, I believe, it's Romney v. Superior Court.
He's written down notes
it has
to
been
respond.
determined that, and I can't say that I'm accurate on that reference, just off the top of my head, where it was determined that the police are an arm of the prosecution. That is Arizona law.
I think they're next. Next.
Can we say for sure that a conviction obtained, known that Mr. Martinez and Mr. Detective Flores, was giving known false testimony?
Thanks for sticking with me, everybody.
Well, maybe we can't prove that, but I would turn the court's attention in that regard to a Ninth Circuit case of more recent vintage, 1994.
You know what he's doing? He's drawing those cool S's from middle school that I used to draw.
17F period 3D 1201. Again, that's Ninth Circuit, 1994, where it states to the effect that even if the government unwittingly presents false evidence, a defendant is entitled to a new trial if there is a reasonable probability that without the evidence, the result
a universal
of the proceedings
S.
would be different. Now, granted, all these things deal with trial. And the determination of probable cause born out of the Cronus opinion is something of more recent vintage even than these cases. But I would also submit to the court that it has also been held, and again, not in the context of Cronus, but in a legally analogous context, and that being a grand jury hearing in which probable cause to charge a person is determined, that an accused is entitled to due process during grand jury proceedings. So we have a determination of probable cause of an aggravating factor in a death penalty case. And that the testimony that came out today clearly reflects that that was based on Detective Flores's opinion, not Dr. Horn's. That's what he testified to today in front of this jury. He testified to something different back in front of Judge Duncan in August of 2009. I would also point out, again, about whether or not I would point the court's attention to Gigolo versus United States, 405 U.S. 150, dealing with the false testimony. Now, some of that opinion certainly deals with knowing, lying.
I'm trying to poke holes in the evidence saying it's false.
Map, which underlines that. and those deal with those known falsehoods.
Yeah,
And we do not know that we have known
mistrial.
falsehoods here, but we know we have inaccurate testimony at its most liberal vein, and perjured testimony at its most direct, because we have Detective Flores saying it was Dr. Horn's opinion, and we're saying it was his opinion. Now, as Cronus is, since Cronus is a more recent vintage, the case law is not so deep, if you will. But I think some of the case law, and we've certainly cited a lot of the case law and all our other motions related to the fact that death is different. It requires this court to impose a greater level of scrutiny on all the proceedings. When we're going to have, if we have but one biased juror in a death penalty case, the conviction, the sentence cannot stand. So there are certainly a plethora of case law that tells us about the level of scrutiny that must be imposed. But I would also turn the court's attention, and I don't have the cite, but we have cited in earlier pleadings.
Male gigolo.
California v. Trombetta is the right to present a full and complete defense. Ms. Arias was deprived of that right at the Cronus hearing, because obviously what Detective Flores testified to, at least according to what we've heard now, is not the truth, and was his opinion. And now, Grant, we had an interview with Dr. Horn. He said that it wasn't shot first. That these
Put it
were
in my
how
money
they were
belt.
inflicted, that it was, the current theory functioned by the state is that Mr. Alexander was stabbed first. But again, when we talk about Cronus, he did not give, this opinion was not given under oath in a testimonial setting until trial here yesterday. Once that testimony came forward of a different theory of events, we have a situation in where at the Cronus hearing, as it relates to cruelty, because if this jury gets there,
Good night, Franco.
if this jury gets to the point where they're deciding Ms. Arias' life, whether she is to get life or death sentence, the aggravating factor of cruelty, which was determined by Judge Duncan, will be the basis on which any sentence of death could be imposed. All right. So when we get to that point, we realize that that basis for that aggravating factor was something, and remember remember the life or death decision, and we've cited this in other case law as well, this life or death decision is based on everything the jury hears throughout the trial. They can find they can find that mitigated. Everything they can consider when they make the life or death decision. She did not have an opportunity to present a full and complete defense to this altered theory, this new story that came forward, because that is the basis now, the basis of the cruelty finding. She can't fight against that, as she could have had the testimony given by Detective Flores been accurate. And Judge, while this relief we're asking for is extraordinary, the circumstances completely justify it. We have an aggravating factor found on testimony that is inaccurate. That's the bottom line. There can be really no dispute about that, because as a matter of fact, Detective Flores just testified to it just now, just this afternoon. It was inaccurate. Finding of an aggravating factor based on an inaccurate testimony stands in complete violation of the Fifth Amendment, the Eighth Amendment, and the 14th Amendment, as well as the Arizona State Constitution. We would ask that it be dismissed, or in the alternative, that a mistrial be declared, and that a new determination of probable cause, a new Cronus hearing be set in Ms. Arias' case.
Mr. Martinez.
Oh, here we go.
there was some omission of facts here for you to consider. Everyone knows when the coroner's hearing was. But what was omitted from the rendition of the facts,
Even the
and
audience
the
is out
reason
of the
that
room.
it was omitted is because
Gallery.
it clearly dictates that no relief is warranted in this case.
Thank you, Teresa.
Approximately a year ago, Dr. Horn was interviewed by the defense. And he told him at that time exactly what he testified to. When they stand before you and they say, this is a brand new opinion that we have, I defy anybody to say that it really is a new opinion. There is a transcript, there is a audio recording. The date is about a year ago. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but approximately a year ago, the defendant knew exactly what Dr. Horn was going to testify to about the sequencing of events and whether, of course, there's going to be any pain that's associated.
To the speech.
that
He
the
probably
victim
estimated this would
suffered.
happen. Been saying
So
in the
for them
speech
to
is
stand
zero.
here today, and really what they're asking you for is a motion for reconsideration of probable cause. They're saying, we rested on our laurels for about a year because we wanted to ambush the system. We wanted to ambush the state. The state was playing fair with us. They told us everything. They gave us everything with regard to this issue. They gave us an interview with this doctor who had previously not given an interview, who had previously not indicated in his report what the sequencing of events. Additionally, a police report that we had, well, it didn't include anything about sequencing of events, but the detective did testify to what he testified at the coroner's hearing. And they can stand before you and say, after the coroner's hearing, we took over, after we interviewed the doctor, we knew about it. Well, they decided to sit back, if you will, rest on their laurels, create an issue where none existed, and say, Judge, give us something that we're not entitled to. Give us a dismissal, if you will, because although we've known about it, somehow we want it to seem like it was unfair. Well, you really can't have a system held hostage by a lawyer.
I think they were waiting for this
And it really is
detective
a lawyer's
to make a
decision,
mistake
not the
or
defendant's.
point
A
it out.
lawyer's decision
Which may be why he was
not to
recalled.
assert a right when they know that the right is right. You can't wait years down the road to say, well, I knew about it, but I decided to not do anything about it because I thought it was a strategic move. And what you actually had was a strategic move. He knew about this coroner's hearing because he bandied the transcript around, and he knew what was testified to. So in light of that, I do not believe that there's any relief that is to be accorded. But if the court is of the mind that, yes, some relief should be accorded in this case and that they're asking for a new, and what it should be is a new determination of probable cause, because that's really the avenue that would have taken place before. You have heard the evidence. You have heard what Dr. Horn has testified to. And so you can make that determination this minute to decide whether or not Travis Alexander suffered based on what the Dr. Horn testified. And so if you're inclined to go that route, it is clear that if you do reconsider this issue involving the cruelty, that you find that in fact there was cruelty. Quite frankly, if you compare what Detective Flores testified to what was presented here, you will find that actually it's much more vivid, much more horrific, and in fact, perhaps there's even a little bit more of the F6 factor. It could be a little bit heinous by the defendant's own definition, because it does appear that she shot the body of Travis Alexander after he was dead. So there is no due process violation here. There is no authority that is cited for you. There are cases that are read from, and there are cases that the defendant alludes to, but none of those cases deal with the situation that we have here. All of those cases deal with granting a new trial.
Thank you.
Well, that's not the position that we're at here. We're talking about a much lesser standard. We're talking about a preponderance of the evidence standard. We're not talking a beyond a reasonable doubt standard. And for example, the case that he talked about, the police being an arm of the prosecution, that's true with regard to discovery, but it isn't true with regard to what an officer says on the witness stand. So these cases can be differentiated. And bottom line, when it comes down to, is a detective who spoke to a doctor the day before the Cronus hearing and heard about suffering, that was the extent of what they really talked about. And then based on what he thought he heard, he came in, a misunderstanding is what he said. He took responsibility, he said, it was me that did that. And I'm the one that created that issue. To say that the defendant has been harmed, quite frankly, it's just not the state of the case. The defendant actually has been helped because now there's an issue for the jury to consider as to whether or not Detective Flores has been fair. It is something that's held them, not hurt them. So I would ask that you deny the defendant's request. Whatever it is that he's requesting, if it is that for a mistrial, I ask that you deny that. If he's asking for a new determination of probable cause, I ask that that you not provide that to them because I think they rested on their laurels. But if you're inclined to do that, there's no doubt there's probable cause here, and that Travis Alexander suffered, and that he was in physical and anguish, and mental anguish. And the defendant
I don't
knew
know,
about it because she
because the entire mistrial is based off of them saying he failed. I bet he's really interested in seeing where this goes.
Mr. Nermi, anything further?
I do, Your Honor. It appears, counsel for the state, it often seems every time an issue comes up of prosecutorial misconduct or anything of perjured or mistaken testimony, he says, hey, this is really a motion for reconsideration. And he mischaracterizes the defense argument, says it's a motion for reconsideration. And that's not the argument we're making here. One thing that counsel for the state did not do is he did not even discuss the idea that there was perjured testimony, because he said, it came out today, whose opinion was it? Mine. That came out a couple times. Emphasized in front of the jury. Detective Flores said it was his opinion. The Cronus transcript is pretty clear that he said it was Dr. Horn's opinion. All right. Counsel for the state, in mischaracterizing the defendant's argument, says, they knew about it for a year. They're admitting that fact. I said, yeah, when we interviewed Dr. Horn, we knew that was his current position. We did not know that it would not shift, because apparently the facts in this case are shifting from the state's perspective. And now we have a situation which, now that he's given sworn testimony, obviously this wasn't a deposition, he wasn't sworn, this was an interview. Okay, so it's a lot different. The other thing I would point out to the court is I would point out to the court, because the state seems to believe that there's something nefarious in not bringing these issues up, I would point the court's attention to State v. Marshall 197, Arizona 496. It deals specifically with the fact that defense counsel is not obligated to point out the weaknesses in the state's case in advance of the case, and can raise those issues when they feel it is appropriate. The final argument, I think, is that Ms. Arias should be thankful to the state for changing their stories, because it's placed her in a better position. However, as we said, we do not share that opinion. We've given this, first of all, it could not be relitigated as raised judicata. The only issue at any Cronus hearing would be the cruelty based on this news story. The state has not heard all the evidence, because Ms. Arias, now that we have this sworn testimony, and now that we've heard, and quite frankly, we heard some different things out of Dr. Horn than we heard during the interview in this testimony, we should have a right to go back, declare a mistrial, have another Cronus hearing at a certain point in time when Ms. Arias has the opportunity to have a medical expert of her own go forward and offer their opinion as to the sequencing of the injuries and how that relates to the prong of cruelty, based on what Dr. Horn said in court. Because if we had done this based on an interview,
there would still be wiggle room, and we see that wiggle room is important.
Good question.
We don't want to leave any wiggle room. We now have sworn testimony that contradicts the coroner's hearing. We have a detective who tells us that it was based on his opinion, not Dr. Horn's opinion. And a determination of probable cause on an aggravator cannot rest on, given the scrutiny of the death penalty, cannot rest on the opinion, the medical opinion of a detective.
All right. The court has considered the testimony of Dr. Horn at this trial, the testimony of Detective Flores at this trial. I have also reviewed the ruling by Judge Duncan on August 18, 2009 regarding the aggravating factor of especially cruel. I have reviewed Cronus versus Steinley 208 P3rd 210. I have reviewed Rule 5, Rule 16, and Rule 13.5C of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. The court finds that the motion for a new finding of probable cause on the aggravator is not timely made under Rule 16 or under Rule 5 of the Arizona Rules of Criminal Procedure. However, even if the motion had been timely made, the court finds that the testimony of Detective Flores would not have changed Judge Duncan's rulings with regard to the aggravator of especially cruel. In her ruling, Judge Duncan stated, a first-degree murder is especially cruel if the victim suffers physical pain or mental anguish and the defendant knew or should have known the victim would suffer. To establish this aggravating factor, the state does not need to prove that the victim was conscious for each and every wound inflicted. And she cites pertinent law. Physical pain may be found where a conscious victim physically suffered for at least a short period of time. She then makes factual findings. She does find that the state presented evidence the victim was first shot on the right side of his head near his eye with a .25 caliber handgun, and that the bullet lodged in his left cheek. This wound was not fatal and may or may not have rendered the victim unconscious. The victim did not remain unconscious based on the infliction of other wounds and the location of blood spatter evidence in the bathroom sink and blood in the hallway. In addition, the defendant told the police that the victim was unconscious after being shot, but then crawled around and was stabbed. The victim was stabbed 27 times in the back, shoulders, head, and chest. Cuts on the hands were defensive wounds from grabbing the knife. With the exception of 2 wounds, these wounds were not fatal.
I'd have to look
The
at what
2
kind
fatal wounds were a deep
I'd have to
stab
look at
wound
what
to the
kind of trial
chest
it
and then
was.
a cut across
They
the
said something and I
throat.
forgot.
While unconscious, the victim would have felt pain and mental anguish associated with these multiple wounds. The court finds the state has proved that there is probable cause to believe that the offense was especially cruel under the theory that it involved both physical and mental suffering of the victim. So based upon my reading of this ruling, the testimony regarding the sequencing of the wounds would not have changed Judge Duncan's finding that there was probable cause that this offense was especially cruel, under the theory that it involved both physical and mental suffering of the victim. Even if this court is wrong with regard to that determination, I believe that based upon this court's understanding of the testimony as presented by Dr. Horn at this trial, that there is probable cause to believe that this offense was especially cruel under the theory that it did involve both physical and mental suffering of the victim. So the motion for mistrial is denied. The motion for a new finding of probable cause on the aggravators is denied. All right, is there anything else?
A moment, Your Honor.
I also want to put on the record that there is also a case, Pitts v. Adams, 179 Pitts, Pitts versus Adams, 179 Arizona 108, 876 P. Second, 1143. It is a 1994 case in which the Supreme Court found that any error
Yeah, but that's all right.
in the presentation of evidence to the grand jury was
I have a note
harmless in
right
light of the other evidence presented. I find that case does apply to the facts here in light of Judge Duncan's rulings back in 2009.
And Judge, that was 876 PTV what?
876 P. Second, 1143.
Judge, we would ask initially, we had marked not admitted into exhibits, or into evidence, excuse me, exhibits 289 and 288. We would ask that they be marked and entered as part of the record as it relates to this motion only.
Any objection?
No objection if they're only admitted for the purposes of this hearing.
All right, exhibits
As Janet Jackson
289,
once said,
and did you say
"It's all
288,
for
Mr. Nerman?
you."
288 and 289.
Are admitted for purposes of this hearing only.
Whew. All right. So that was hard to get through on some of those, but important. Very, very important. Now, there's a few things that are coming up next that I just kind of want to mention to you all, and it really would have helped if I left it open. Okay, so we've got an investigator's testimony. Detective Michael Melendez, a citizen of Jodi, and then we get into the tapes. And there's like 2 days of those in between a witness testimony. So there's some stuff that's happening soon. And then I think we only have, after that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 7 or less videos until we hit Jodi's stuff. So it's coming. It's coming. So get ready. So that being said, I found this. I'm sure they're gonna read it in court, but I found a transcript of Jodi and Travis's text or Google Gmail chats. And something that Jodi says to Travis is, Travis, in the most non-pretentious way, you are like an angel that gets snared by my evil influences. But I too am like an angel that gets ensnared by evil influences. And along I come, looking like an angel, speaking sweetly, acting nicely, pleasing you in ways you had only fantasized. And of course, it's easy to get caught up in that. And Travis says, his response is, well, oh, it's all of they're going back and forth. Oh wait, let's see if there's anything else here before we go. Ooh, oh boy, hold on. The sexual part for me was an uninvolved way of trying to be more loved. I knew you weren't in love with me. I knew you cared, but that it wasn't that kind of love. So when we made love, I was able to actually convince myself. Yes, lie to myself. It really felt for that space of time that it was something bigger and better. But that's the intoxication felt from sex. And you made it so good. He brought the storm. You became another person. It's like you nearly worshipped me. I felt so loved when we did that. And it became absolutely addicting. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I should get my wig, shouldn't I? Maybe tomorrow. On Sunday, if Brandi shows up later, because I know she's got the last day of the concerts and stuff. Yeah. This is a good idea. We should do that. Absolutely. And then no, we haven't missed the phone calls. Because most of them are played while she's actually on the stand, which I'm sure was fun for her. Although she probably did like it. She probably enjoyed seeing people's reactions to it, to be honest. And she was facing them right away. Yep. Thanks, Frankie. The storm. And then if you see this blue light over here, if you haven't seen it yet, I'm really I'm tricking out my place thanks to the 13th Juror sending stuff my way. So, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not really sorry. I'm not. We all have to go through this. That's a great idea. However, and I really like that idea, and I'm all for theatrics. But I try not to include too much with like the flashing lights, because I really don't want anybody to have a situation, because some folks watch this on their television, and I'm afraid strobing and stuff would cause a possible issue. My brother-in-law has epilepsy, and so I'm just like I focus on that stuff, but maybe that's not really true or the case. So I try. The voice sells it. Well, you got to do what you got to do, as you all know. All right. I am going to, yeah, we're gonna end it. I don't think anybody needs to hear Suddenly Seymour before they go to bed. They will stay awake and barf. So I will. You are welcome. You're welcome. Trying. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for reporting to jury duty and for seeing our 7,000 subs. We're psyched about it. We can't wait for the next milestone. The best way to support us is to like this, share it, subscribe. Obviously, a lot of you have tonight. Subscribe. And did I miss it? No, I think I got that one. Yeah. The best way is to like, subscribe, follow us, share. Sharing's the best, because if you share and more people come in and stuff, I think honestly, y'all, I think people come for the community. Brandi and I love what we do, and we love bringing you the stuff that we do. We love giving you this outlet, but really, people come for the community, and you all make that community, and the mods as well. And so, thank you so much. Again, thanks for reporting to jury duty. And while, maybe not so much in Night Court, but everywhere else we talk about hard stuff and we deal with hard themes, Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. Be a helper. Take care of yourself and your family. And never forget to smile. We'll see you Sunday for the WTF episode starting at 8:30 Eastern. We'll see you soon.